Call the regular meeting of the Pennington County Commission order. Point out that agendas are in the back of the room. We also have speaker request forms, so if you would like to speak on any particular matter that's on the agenda today, we ask that you fill out a speaker's request form. Turn it into Holly Henny's up here on your right, and ask that you quiet any cell phones that you may have. And we'll start with Commissioner Hadcock leading us in a moment of silent reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock. Review and approve agenda, and I would just simply ask for to add a 5A and give the chairman a minute of special privilege relative to the Central States Fair.
So moved with adding 5A.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item is recognition of the new employees, and we just had a number of new employees from several departments that came over and was able to greet this morning. I know that wasn't the total number of new employees that we have. In fact, I think that corrections may have, I think it was just corrections that started 20 new employees today, or is that under the umbrella of all the sheriff's office? That's everybody. Okay. So we constantly have new employees. We appreciate the fact that they give us consideration in Pennington County. I think that Pennington County offers a good place of employment, and encourage everybody that when we have openings to take a look at us. Any other comments from commission members?
Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
I also like to recognize the new employees and our employees that have been with us long-term and been part of our team here at Pennington County. I know I love Pennington County, and I like each department, their individuals and the people that work here, for the reason I think our department heads have done us well with hiring and making sure that Pennington County is doing well for them. So thank you to the department heads. Thank you to our team in Pennington County for everything you do.
Further comments? Okay, I'll go to 5A. This is where I asked for a special privilege. I'd taken the opportunity yesterday to reach out to Ron Jeffries, the manager at the Central States Fair. We're a week past the fair at this point in time, but I thought it'd be nice just to know what it had looked like from the perspective of numbers and the finances of it. And so Ron had this to say to me. He said, we had a really good fair. All of our grandstand events had good attendance. It was evident that people were really anxious to have something to do. Our carnival revenue is at a near record despite Rapid City School starting midweek of the fair. We did see some lighter traffic early in the day during a couple of those school days, but the nights filled in great. The Extreme Bronx Final had 1.44 inches of rain, but was still a great show, televised live on the Cowboy Channel. It paid the largest single-day payout in Saddle Bronc history for the PRCA. We had a very successful horse sale with an average sale price of just over $13,000. A big thank you to Sheriff Tome and the Pennington County Sheriff's Office. Their presence was greatly appreciated and kept the public safe during the big event. Also, thanks to the many sponsors and volunteers who helped make this huge community event a success. So I want to thank Ron and the staff for all the work that they did in order to make that a successful event. I know I saw a lot of not only out of county but out of state license plates at that event. So I think it was a great event overall. So that's my report. Next item is the consent agenda. Holly Hennies.
Good morning, Commissioners.
For public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items: approval of the minutes from the special meeting of August 13th, 2021, approval of the minutes from the regular meeting of August 17th, 2021. Number 8 is approval of the resolution of the Rapid Valley Sanitary District for annexation as submitted by the auditor. And number 9 is to authorize the sheriff's office to purchase one 2021 Dodge Durango Pursuit rated off of state contract number 17345 from Liberty Chrysler Center for $34,670. And also one 2021 Dodge Ram 1500 Special Service, state contract number 17345 from Liberty Dodge for the amount of $30,426.
Are there any members of the public who wish to have any of these items removed from the consent calendar for discussion purposes? Seeing none, is there any members of the commission that want any of these items removed? Not, I would take a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion by Commissioner LaCroix, second by Commissioner Lassiter to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item we have is a executive session.
Move to go in executive session.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Need a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Roskinek, second by Commissioner Lassiter. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Cindy, you're up. Number 11.
Good morning, Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. We have a transfer of alcoholic beverage licenses. There's actually two. They're from the from Rockin' for LLC, the Gaslight, to Rockerville Ops Gaslight, and it's a retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm license and a retail on-sale liquor license. So we would ask for approval of that transfer.
Move for approval.
I have a motion from Commissioner Lloyd LaCroix to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Adcock. Is there any members of the public wishing to address this issue? Back to the commission. Any further discussion?
That was item 11B, is that correct?
Missed A.
Yeah,
Right.
you missed it.
Yeah, we're on 11B.
Just want to make sure we have it right for the.
I'm
All those in favor indicate by
sorry
saying aye.
about that.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. 11A.
And somehow I missed getting that in my information this morning. Holly, do you have that?
11A is the
that's the-
supplement for the
The
sheriff's
sheriff's office for the radio equipment.
Yep.
Sorry about that. Very-
You want the resolution here?
I apologize for that. Missed one more item. This is the budget supplement to supplement the sheriff's office law enforcement budget for $371,170. This is for their radio equipment that you approved from the one-time funding.
Is there any members of the public wishing to address this issue? Seeing none, back to the commission.
Move for approval.
Got a motion by Commissioner LaCroix. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Lassiter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Item 12, Mike Cool.
Good morning, Mike Cool, Director of Buildings and Grounds.
Yeah, good morning, Kevin Tolan, Pennington County Sheriff. We'll tag team it this morning. So,
Last week, on 31st, the crisis stabilization project was bid. We had 4 bidders with price bids ranging from $5,308,000 to $5,434,000, a million, excuse me. We've reviewed the bids with Upper Deck Architects peers. We've had a very competitive bidding situation. Here today to seek approval of moving forward with that contract based on given the current national and regional challenges in the industry. We feel pretty good about these bid results and therefore seeking to move forward. There are some points probably to discuss in regard to funding.
And Mike, help me with this too, as far as the numbers, but we're roughly about 1.6 million over what we were allocated from the state. We received 4.6 million through the legislative process with support of the legislature and the governor. We're about 1.6 million over that, and 300,000 of that is for contingency. Mike and I have talked about this and tried to brainstorm how to find a solution, and we need to chip away at this, and we're going back to our other partners, the state, the hospital, the nonprofits, others, and in the city, and trying to put together, the 1.6. But really, one of the things we'd like to ask of the commission is to cover the 300,000 contingency. And that would take us down to 1.3 with our other community partners if the commission would agree to cover the contingency. And I can let Mike speak to the pros and cons of the contingency on that, and sometimes you spend them, sometimes you don't. But
yeah, overall, our estimated overall project budget right now is $6.24 million. Generally, our goals relative to use of contingency money is we have it there to address things that unexpected or unknowns as they come up during the project. That's 300,000 is approximately 6% or 5% of the overall project. With that in mind, the thinking is that $300,000, if the goal is not to spend it, then potentially having the county cover that one might be something that would be okay with the commission. That's
Chairman.
kind of our thinking.
Commissioner Adcock.
So Cindy, how much, on one-time costs, how much do we have left in there that we have not, or maybe Holly knows, that we have not allocated to anything else?
You're sitting at $729,930.
Okay. For me, this is a no-brainer to put some of that money towards the crisis stabilization. It's a well-needed project. It's something that we've been looking forward to doing in Rapid City for a long time, and if I had my choice, it's something that I would put at least 5 of that towards this project, so we can keep moving forward and get this done and take care of some of the people in Rapid City that we need to take care of with this money. It was one-time cost from COVID, and based on COVID, there's a lot of mental health and some other issues that I think are directed with COVID. And again, if I had my choice, I would put at least 500,000 towards this project from one time.
Mr. Chair,
Chairman, if I may.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to point out with that one-time money, our last building committee that we also discussed a future assessment need of our facility. We felt that was pretty important, and we were hoping that we could get that 150,000 covered by some of that one time. So just wanted to point that out as we go further into the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Sure.
the Alan Solano's here from Beverage Foundation, and he has to speak to regarding, he's one of our community partners. He's helping us try and put this funding together. And I think the prudent thing to do, and again, I'll defer to Mike as to mechanics, is maybe continue awarding the bid to the next commission meeting, give us the next 2 weeks to try and put all the funding together so the commission is comfortable that we have, commitment on the funding. But if Alan come up and speak to some of the legwork he's been doing, and Commissioner Hadcock said it correctly, we've been doing this for years on this project. We didn't just wake up yesterday and come to the table with this. This has been a multi-year project. It's been studied at the legislature. It's been studied locally. So a lot of time and effort, and we're kind of at the 5-yard line late in the fourth quarter and first and goal, so it's going to try and get it over the goal line if we can, but Alan can speak to some of his efforts too.
Come on forward, Alan.
Good morning,
Morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Alan Solano with the John T. Vercourage Foundation. As was indicated, this is years in the making. There's actually quite a bit of work groundwork that need to be done, even legislatively, to set the stage for this to happen and be successful. So really looking at doing it right versus fast. As Sheriff Tolman indicated, we're close to the finish line here, or the goal line. I've been reaching out to different elements of philanthropy in the area to talk about. Once we saw the bid come in, and we knew we were about 1.6 short from what the state had given, that gave us the number we needed to shoot for. If the commission is able to come in and cover even the contingency, that leaves us at the 1.3. So again, talking with the city, talking with the state, different philanthropy, and with the Monument Hospital, and what we can do, kind of, sharing in that cost of coming up with the 1.3 or the 1.6 million that's needed. It's just the time. This is a short turnaround time that we have. So if the commission is able to, delay the actual acceptance and give us 2 more weeks, we'll have more information as to who we have for partners in making sure that we can actually get this over the finish line. But happy to answer any questions. Just a lot of things moving at the same time, which is always in these projects. And we realize the construction costs through COVID, and I think even without COVID, we're just on the increase anyway. So,
Commissioner LaCroix.
Thank you, Alan and Sheriff Tolman, for eloquently explaining that. I mean, I think you have the support to do this, and I think us as a commission coming up with that 300, I think is appropriate to help with the community, because it's good. I know the work that you guys do, and you're very good at it, and both of you guys, as far as getting the support from our community to get this covered. But I think everybody's going to have some skin in the game, and I think you guys are the right people to communicate that. So I have no problems with continuing this for a couple of weeks.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
move to continue the item to the next meeting to give them the time to reach out and talk to the individuals they need to, so they can come
I
back
have a
with the
motion
final.
and a second. Further discussion.
Chairman,
Commissioner Hancock.
so do we need to allocate the 300,000, or are we not ready to move forward on the 300?
I think we will hold that until 2 weeks also.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, it would be helpful to us if we go to our other funding partners to know that the county commission has agreed to fund the contingency. It'd be beneficial to us when we're making the ask of others. So if the commission does have the appetite for that piece this morning, that would be helpful. And obviously, at the end, in 2 weeks, when we come back, if we haven't raised the rest of the money, that all goes away anyway. And I think it's important that Mike speak to the timeline a little bit too, and legally what we can and can't do with the bids. But
State law allows us to, requires that we take action within 30 days of a bid opening. So we have the time relative to acting on this. And I've had some discussions with Tim Cheever from Upper Deck Architects this morning. We don't believe we have any issues relative to the working with the contractors at this time to do that. Now, of course, one of our goals is to proceed as soon as we can so that we can get materials on order, but we don't see that there's an issue relative to that yet.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Hancock.
I'll make a motion to take
We've got a motion. Let's vote on the motion that we have right now, and then we can create a second motion for the
Okay.
contingency.
Can we add it to the continuance
Make
as
it fun.
part of the
I
amendment?
I would make it as a separate motion.
Because I was going to say, it might be wise to lump it in under item 18 so we can have that full discussion of what would impact.
I'm sorry.
If we're going to discuss the 300,000, were you thinking about doing it here in just a moment, or we were
Yes.
going to discuss it under item 18 with all the other that's left over that's there? Because that might impact some of the decisions on that.
I think we can take a motion that the county is in support of the 300,000 without tying it to that, and we can have that discussion later.
Gotcha.
Okay? So the motion I have is to award the bid for the lump sum of the $5,308,000 for the
Continuance.
continuance of that for 2 weeks until September 21. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now I would take a motion to commit the county to the $300,000 contingency.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Ross.
motion to award Pennington County Crisis Stabilization Project to RCS Construction, Inc. for a lump sum of $5,308,000.
Oh, we continued it, Ron.
Oh, wait,
That's the continuing.
I thought we were just doing the 300,000.
So motion to, the county to dedicate 300,000 towards the crisis stabilization unit.
Second.
Got a motion from Commissioner Hadcock and a second from Commissioner LaCroy to commit the 300,000 contingency.
Mr.
Further
Chair.
discussion?
Mr. Chair. Cindy, do we need to have the funding source as part of the motion? We can approve that we support it with 300, but it could come from either item 18 that we're going to talk about, or it could probably come from another source. Do we need to identify that before we make the motion?
I'm in agreement with Chairman Drews that we could wait and identify that at a later time, as long as they know that the county is willing to support the 300,000. And we can decide later whether
We
it's
can
from the
decide later.
one-time or from
So-
unassigned fund or from accumulated building.
Okay, I just wanted, so your understanding is we're going to in support of it, but we'll figure out where it's going to come from after.
Yes.
Okay, I agree.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, item B, Lamplighter Inn.
We are close to finishing bid documents for this project. This is for the demolition of the Lamplighter Inn, which the county acquired late last year, and the construction of a parking lot on that site. Currently, the project, to provide some indications, the old Lamplighter is an old motel converted to apartments. We will demolish that in its entirety, and then prep the site for a 57 lot stall parking lot. Right now, because of how busy contractors are and the availability of materials, like asphalt, we've extended this. We want to get the building down this year yet, and then we're allowing up till next spring for completion and construction of the parking lot, so that to try and get the most favorable bids overall. Right now, it may be challenging just to get scheduled for receiving asphalt at this time. Currently, we're estimating the project could run from $360,000 to up to $490,000 overall for construction. I'm requesting that we could utilize some of the unassigned one-time project funds for that as well. So I'm seeking authorization to advertise for and bid this project.
Is there any public comment relative to this? Seeing none, back to the commission. Discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
So Mike, this is for the demolition. When I was reading through, they were talking about reducing utilities, taking them back to the street probably, taking away the access off of.
Taking away one of the access off of St. Joe.
From St. Joe, and then also, one of the questions I have with all this down and the new parking lot done, the other half is leased through Great Western, the other half of the parking lot on the back of the alley?
The parking lot to the south of our site, or where the Lamplighter is parking lot owned by Great Western Bank. We don't have any ties to that parking lot whatsoever at this time. No lease agreements or anything like that.
No. No, I was just thinking if we're doing it, it would probably be more appropriate if they have to do resealing or do any work to that, it'd all be done the same. Could be coordinated, all match and be done the same way. I don't know.
To
Just
work
my
with-
thoughts.
Work with Great Western to redo that, coordinate a joint project with.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
I think for parking and parking lot and to put 500,000 or 360 into this right now, I don't think is, I'm not against this project. I think that money's better spent at thinking about a bigger project on that property for that amount of money. Maybe a parking garage or something else I know downtown and the different areas need parking. I know there's a project about a block away that probably will need some parking as well. That new apartment, commercial building down the street. So for me, I think the money is better spent, thinking about future project there besides just demolishing it and then, putting our parking lot for 500,000. So can we, I mean, I haven't looked at it lately. I'll apologize. Can we fence it? Can we do something where, it's not a problem area in a sense until that determination of what the future of that area should be instead of spending the money now?
Are we talking about a reduced scope of project, or are we talking about just holding off completely on any work?
Can we divide the demolition in the parking lot?
Yeah.
Do the demolition.
We could do the demolition of the project. It probably will still require to be bid. It's probably, $150,000 plus demolition project.
Which
We
makes,
could,
which makes more sense because in the future, there's going to be something there. So you're going to have to demolish it if I'm correct. But I don't know if we're willing to make it a full-fledged parking and spend the extra money on something, like I said, that could be a future project for Pennington County or just the area. And maybe we go in and have somebody take that parking lot if they want to do a bigger project there, meaning a parking garage or something else. So just food for thought.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So Mike, if we just did one step at a time, we did the demo, keeping in line with city ordinances, how long can that lot sit there in that state without being a problem with the city?
technically, if we're not utilizing it, it may not be a problem with the demolition now. One of our thoughts had been as part of the project was trying to take down the buildings and leave as much asphalt in place as possible to utilize through the winter for parking. We could try and do that as a way of getting some use out of the site. But parking is likely especially with the new construction north of the administration building is likely to continue to place pressure on us relative to parking. But yes, that we could do something along those lines and to defer the decision on what to do with the lot a little bit further. I can't probably respond relative to potential of building a parking structure at this time is probably not possible on that. The site wouldn't be large enough by itself. But.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Thanks, Deb, for bringing this up, because I've had the same concerns about investing that kind of money into that area when things are just exploding in our community. And one of the things that I thought about, if you look off of Fifth Street where the Fry's have their parking lot, why couldn't we do the demo? Because I think we need to. I think it's a safety and a public health hazard to have that building there. Take that down and maybe put recycled asphalt down and make temporary parking as long as the city was okay. If they're okay with the one off of Fifth Street with the recycled asphalt not completely redone, I guess we have to check the ordinances and so forth to see what we could get by with, because I agree, I think that property's, I think there's some good potential to it. And why throw good money in now when things could change? Just
Commissioner
my
Ruskin,
thoughts.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Ruskin.
And I guess another discussion that we've had is reaching out to Great Western Bank and saying, you know, we'd like an option on that property, because the Lamplighter property itself really isn't large enough to do anything significant relative to building a building. But if we could acquire both, or we could acquire the Great Western Bank property, then we'd have something, vacate the alley. So I would, or reach out to Great Western Bank and see if we could lease that parking lot, because the last time I drove by it, there's no cars in it. But I'm all on board for doing the demo, leaving as much asphalt as possible, and just taking one step at a time.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
so Mike, if that's the wish of the commission, then is to leave as much asphalt and keep that parking lot basically as is, just demolishing what you can off of it to make a safety factor. Do we have to go back out for bids, or how would you do the next step?
I would have to go out to bids for that, for demolition, because it will be more than the $100,000 limit for bid, requiring bidding.
So what do we do with, do we have to have a motion today, or he
Yes.
just looks?
We need a motion to advertise the demolition.
I would make the motion to advertise the demolition and keep as much of the parking lot as possible.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you,
you.
Mike. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Mike.
Item 13, Dustin.
Good morning, Commission. Dustin Willett, Pennington County Emergency Manager. Two items on the agenda for you this morning. The first is a review of the local emergency operations plan. This year, that's just mostly a formality. I won't take up too much of your time this morning with that. It is a controlled distribution document, so that is available to you, but not in the general packet. The only changes this year, that not really no significant revisions. The changes are simply updating the numbers that need to be updated. So contact information is updated. Some hazardous material sites drop off of our lists. Some hazardous material sites come onto our lists. So it's just a matter of keeping the data in that local emergency operations plan current. So that's all that's happened this year. If any of you have any questions specific to that document, I would ask that you just swing by the office or call me up or send me an email, and I'd be happy to discuss it individually with you if there's any concerns with that.
It's just a couple of pages, isn't it?
No, that is a several hundred page document, and next year we will probably do a format other than a commission meeting originally, because that's been an ongoing project to reformat and rewrite basically that plan to make it more usable. Right now it's pretty big and unwieldy, and there's a lot of good information in there, but it's hard to use and hard to find. So next year I would anticipate a more significant revision to that plan.
So
But
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
is there any major changes in those pages that are significant to the general public health, welfare, or safety that we need to know?
no, just update of again, traffic counts and contact information. Nothing of substance has changed in the plan from last year to this year. It's just keeping the actual data updated, but nothing substantive has changed.
Thank you, Dustin.
Any further questions? Thank you, Dustin.
All right, so the second item, all things COVID. So I'll try to again be brief. We still are under a presidentially declared disaster for a global pandemic. The numbers that we see in Pennington County, unfortunately, continue to be alarming. We talked a lot last year, and the media talked a lot last year about flattening the curve, and our curve wasn't very flat last year, and we're looking to one up that this go around. So our spike, our curve this year is even steeper than it was last year. So the numbers are concerning right now. I shouldn't say right now. The 3rd of September, so 4 days ago or so, is 4 or 5 days ago, is our current numbers from the South Dakota Department of Health, and we were sitting at 1,664 active cases in Pennington County with 212 deaths. Monument Health in the whole Black Hills region continues to float around that 100 or more cases. I think in Rapid City we're just over 70 COVID cases. Our vaccination rate, South Dakota for complete vaccination, so 2 doses of the Moderna or Pfizer, or 1 dose of the Johnson & Johnson. The South Dakota numbers are at 56%, which is a little bit better than the national. The national is 51%. But Pennington County, high 30s, maybe 40 for total complete vaccinations. So what that means with our current population is we probably have around 68,000 unvaccinated people in Pennington County. In terms of how many people are getting vaccinated, roughly 40 a day, maybe a couple hundred per week at most are getting vaccinated out of that 68,000 that we have in the county unvaccinated. And I'll speak to this later, but we set North Dakota and South Dakota both set global records for success in our vaccine rollout. When the vaccine became available, South Dakota was #1 in terms of rolling that vaccine out and getting a needle into people's arms who wanted the vaccine. So it's not a matter of availability, and it's not a matter of capability. It's simply a matter of choice of individual recipients on whether or not they receive the vaccine. We talked a lot about the positivity rate, the 7-day rolling positivity rate on tests. We were all trying to get under 5. 5 was that number we wanted to be under. We were, 4.9. We just scooched in under 5, and then this second wave has moved through our community, and we're sitting at about 28% now in our positivity rate. So about 217 kids in the Rapid City area schools are currently active with COVID, 29 staff. And so those are the numbers. Those are the flat numbers. Now, when I look at, I've always talked about the ensemble model from the CDC that looks out about 2 weeks and tries to predict what our numbers are going to do. That ensemble model, it's anywhere from 14 to 16 different models that are run, and then they average the findings and try to predict within 2 weeks what our numbers are going to do. And according to the CDC model, they show us starting to level off. Whether or not that becomes the reality, obviously we will all see, but that's what that ensemble model currently shows. I don't know. I prepared some other comments. I don't know if they're germane or needed or useful, but really, it's about choice and consequence from an emergency management standpoint. So from the vantage point of my office and what our office tries to do in the community, and the messaging that we want to put out from our office into the community, it's about choice and consequence. So right now, a plurality of the households and schools and businesses and government entities in our community have chosen more of a laissez-faire approach to infection control posture. And the expected consequence for that choice is that SARS-CoV-2 will continue to infect large numbers of susceptible hosts in our community. And keep in mind, this is a whole community thing. This isn't one entity, one business, one government body. As a community, more than half of us have chosen not to get a vaccine. Most businesses are not mandating any type of infection control posture. So this is not any one group or organization. Just as a community, we have a pretty laissez-faire approach. Unfortunately, a percentage of those who contract COVID will require hospitalization, and tragically, some will die. The frustration from an emergency management standpoint is, again, almost all hospitalizations and deaths at this point are a result of a conscious choice by individuals not to be vaccinated. That's simply what it is. Our healthcare infrastructure, and I've said from day one when we started down this path of responding to a pandemic in our community that the greatest challenge and the greatest fear was to not break healthcare. And we pretty much did in our first go around. It was sketchy. It was touch and go, and we've managed, unfortunately, to do it again in our community. So our healthcare infrastructure is unreasonably strained, but more critically, our healthcare providers are beyond fatigued. And the burden we're choosing to shoulder on our healthcare system is not sustainable. So what keeps me up at night as an emergency manager for our community are the deleterious impacts to capacity, capability, and resiliency of our local hospital. Local public safety workforce also continues to struggle with staffing issues. So to a degree, we seem to be taking our access to public safety and healthcare for granted. But the guidance is clear. The best tool we have at our disposal is a safe, effective, and available vaccine. If folks want to have a positive impact on COVID-19 infections in Pennington County and the resulting stressors that are being placed on our healthcare and public safety entities, the choice is to get vaccinated. Due in part to our high transmission and case numbers, the recommendation from the CDC is for everyone, both vaccinated and vaccinated, to wear a mask indoors. That's the CDC recommendation. And obviously, as we said from day one, it just makes sense, and it's good infection control guidance to continue to practice good hygiene, and please don't come to work if you're sick. Don't send your kids to school if they're sick. Those basic things still apply. But whereas last year those basic things were all we had, now we have an answer. And unfortunately, we've chosen, a majority of us have chosen not to take advantage of the best tool that we have to limit COVID-19 and the stressors to our hospital and public safety. So I apologize if that went out of what you were looking for this morning, but those are the numbers, and that's the opinion and thoughts from emergency management. Happy to stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Laster.
I have a couple of questions if you don't mind, sir. First, can you repeat the ensemble model? I didn't catch all of that, so I wanted to make sure I understood what you're
So the
telling us.
CDC runs ensemble models for every county in the United States.
Right.
And then when they say ensemble, it's an ensemble of basically multiple predictions. So there's a whole lot of different think tanks, academic organizations, health organizations that run projections based on whatever they think are driving the numbers. So there's all these different models that are run for predicting new cases of COVID. The CDC takes multiple models and puts them into an ensemble, averages them all out, and comes up with a line, an average of all those models. And the accuracy, it typically is pretty good, but it's pretty good a week out, and it's reasonable 2 weeks out, and that's as far out as it goes, because after that, the accuracy is simply not there. And so for the next 2 weeks, the ensemble model for Pennington County from the CDC shows our numbers flattening off. Now, some of those models show us continuing on the same trend that we're on. Some of them show us dropping way off. The average from all the ensemble models shows us leveling out over the next 2 weeks, but that remains to be seen.
So follow-up question on that one then. If that's the model and they have all the factors in there, and we already know what our vaccination rate and all that is, how can they, and I'm just asking a question, and I hope I'm asking it the right way, how do they project that we're going to have a decrease or flatten out, even if we don't have the numbers of vaccines in arms that they're wanting us to have, or that that's.
So this ensemble model and these models have been in place since very, very early on in our pandemic response. I mean, this tool or these models have been being run for well over a year, so long before we even had vaccines. So vaccines are now an element that they take into their predictive models, but I couldn't pretend to stand here and speak with authority on what the different variables are that those different organizations use to run their models.
Gotcha. And one last question, if you don't mind, and I don't know if this is even being tracked. I hear different conversations or different information about those who are in the hospital, whether they're vaccinated, unvaccinated. Are they tracking the number of individuals that are in the hospital that are vaccinated versus unvaccinated, and the cases that are coming up? When we say that we have 1,660 cases, do we know which ones are vaccinated or not, or are we following that just to see how effective the vaccine is? And I guess that's probably the biggest aspect is how do we know how effective the vaccine is?
So the data could be better. What we have in South Dakota right now, locally, at a state level is healthcare system by healthcare system. So I believe it was I'm going to speak out of turn, either Sanford or Rivera. I don't remember which one it was. Put those numbers out in terms of vaccinated versus unvaccinated, and it was trending along with everything else you expect. The best numbers that we have, and please keep in mind that the data is not complete and not great. Somewhere between 95 and 99% of hospitalizations in South Dakota right now are unvaccinated. So 1% of folks that find themselves in the hospital are vaccinated. So if you're vaccinated, again, the data is incomplete, but it looks like somewhere between 95 and 99% of the people we have in hospitals are unvaccinated. UK is doing a better job than the United States right now on tracking those specific numbers. CDC is overwhelmed, for whatever reasons they've chosen not to track those specific numbers. But the UK just a couple days ago in the Lancet published a study that said for everybody that's been vaccinated, fully vaccinated, 0.2% of everybody fully vaccinated had a breakthrough infection. It didn't mean symptomatic, didn't mean anything. It just meant 0.2% of people fully vaccinated ended up with a breakthrough infection. Out of that 0.2% of people that ended up with a breakthrough infection of COVID-19, 6% of that 0.2% developed symptoms. So again, 6% of 0.2% became symptomatic, and not all of those symptomatic were severely symptomatic. It didn't break it down farther than that. But all the data that we have strongly points to the vaccines being safe and effective. If you want to keep yourself out of the hospital, if you want to limit the impact on healthcare and public safety, the vaccine is the answer there. The vaccine is the way to do that.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Thank you, Dustin, for sharing that. I can give a prime example. Most of you guys know I tested positive for COVID-19 about 2.5 weeks ago. And I've been vaccinated since March 30th. I had no symptoms, no signs. I wouldn't have even gotten tested if my wife hadn't come down on it. My wife never got the vaccination. And I firsthand experience from watching how ill she got compared, I got nothing. Maybe a headache and normal body aches for being 50 years old, except for maybe I overdid it one day working. But I stayed home from work. She quarantined, we quarantined together. But my symptoms were, I didn't think there was anything wrong. She took 2 trips to urgent care. So, I mean, and we'd had this discussion about vaccinations, and she was fearful, what am I going to grow another arm? It hasn't been tested, this and that. And 2 weeks prior to that, she'd finally gotten her first shot because I'd asked her what's her real reasons. But by then it was too late. But just from my firsthand experience of being able to see how ill someone gets from not being vaccinated, and my personal experience from taking the vaccination and not having any of the severeness that she went through, being down and out and puking and everything else. Now she's had the discussions with her mother-in-law about the vaccination. This country, I mean, we're either you're wear a mask, you don't wear a mask, get vaccinated, you don't get. It's a conflict. let's make the personal choice for safety of yourself if you don't want to get sick. I mean, that's the way I put it. I shared an article that that editor put the other day about his family and what had happened. Um, but I'm just telling you my own experience
Yep.
that I didn't get even remotely close to what she had.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Huskinick.
couple questions, Dustin. First would be, because you work with the city of Rapid City, so I'm sure you've given a speech to them too. So what's the city doing? And maybe something that we should be doing? I'm just curious.
So the mayor sent out an information, about a page letter to all the employees that highlighted again what was happening in our community and the severity of what was happening in our community, and reiterated again the importance of personal responsibility in curtailing the virus in our community. But in terms of going beyond just the basic recommendations of use hand sanitizer, wash your hands, don't come to work when you're sick, try to maintain physical distancing, wear a mask if you can't maintain physical distancing. Those recommendations. That there's no, again, as a community, there's not one organization that's doing one thing versus not. We as a community have kind of chosen our approach. And again, all I can do is stand here and beat the drum and say at a personal level, at an individual level, please have some introspective reflection and ask yourself some hard questions. And if you can see your way through to getting vaccinated, please do.
The other question would pertain to, I know some folks that have had their third shot, the booster shot. They're saying that, you've had the two, you're fully vaccinated, but this third one's really going to put the lid on it. So I'm just curious what the third shot is.
So right now, and right now we're not talking about the third shot that's currently available as a booster. It's part of the original series. So the original 2 shots have been increased to 3 shots for those that have underlying medical conditions that necessitate that. In terms of a booster for the general public, or in addition to that 2 series, making it a 3 series, depending on how the FDA approaches that. There's a lot of talk. There's nothing for sure. But certainly on the back end of things, we are planning for what a third dose looks like, and talking through the logistics on how we're going to address that if and when that becomes a reality.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock.
So for me, it's just a personal choice to be vaccinated or not vaccinated. I don't think we ought to mask up everybody. That's a personal choice. The department heads have this. If their department head decides they want to mask everybody up, I guess, again, that's their choice. I don't think this commission should do that. We do have people that went satellite, some of our departments. If they need to do some of that again. I know we are moving to satellite some of our attorneys. Maybe we do that instead of spending the money on, again, adding an extra satellite office. We had all the equipment, all the stuff. We paid the money for it. Personal choice of the departments as well. I'm also seeing people that had the vaccine that have been sick, same kind of sick as not having it. I've also seen side effects, so I don't know at this point if the side effects were from the vaccine or it's just something that would have happened to them anyway. I don't think there's enough statistics to show one way or another in one sense. In the other, you're saying shortage of healthcare and stuff. I also see a shortage throughout everywhere from mental illness and some other stuff that this COVID has done. So there's going to be a lot of changes in different areas. And if we're talking health, like I said, I'm seeing the vaccinated, which is the numbers you said are 1%, but I'm seeing the vaccinated when I'm doing hair, and that's a lot of people, that they're getting sick again. So I don't know. I don't know what to listen to because the news and your datas and your stuff sometimes reflect of what that news wants to portray. In the other sense, okay, trusting government to come up with some of those answers sometimes is not always my best choice without being mean. I like people, like I said, our department heads and our people in those departments are going to know what to do. And I'm not going to do that as a commissioner to them to tell them what they need to do to be a functioning department in Pennington County. I don't know. I don't know what to listen to sometimes because I don't know if it's all the truth. That's what, I'm one of those skeptics, like they say, because I've seen, in one sense, what government does to control, and I've also seen the protection of people and wanting to do the right thing. And I think that is your choice, Dustin, and I think that's a good choice. So I'm kind of just, and I think a lot of us are. We don't know for sure. I think this is a pandemic. I think we've had pandemics before, and we've all went through this. But for some reason, everybody's saying this one is different than other ones we've had. Statistically, has it affected many people with death and families that I've seen? That is very heartbreaking to listen to. It does. But I think we've had a lot of pandemics, and I don't, at this point, like I said, I think I'm just confused by it all, of the side effects of it, the vaccination part, and the mental health part, that this has done more damage in mental health, like we said, than the vaccine has. By isolating people in nursing homes and different areas, how many deaths has that caused us? How many deaths have people died or suicided or done because of this pandemic because government has told us what to do on it? In a way to save people, but in the other sense, how many did it really save by that personal choice of isolation? So that's where I keep going back and around to. I know the vaccine is right, but I also see the other part of it. What have they caused way before that to people's mental illness, and why are they not trusting to go get a vaccine? I think it just shows government controlled what people should do and how they should do it. And I know they do that sometimes for safety, but other times people kind of jump the gun and cause more issues than the vaccine did. So I don't know what to trust anymore on some of this. To make a good decision and to make people have a personal choice, I think is the best idea yet that I've seen. So I'm hoping, like I said, with healthcare workers and stuff, I do trust them. They're up on the front line, but they also have that same mental problem that the rest of us have. And a lot of them are dropping out personal choices because not just vaccine, because of the mental part of it. So that's my opinion on some of it. But
Dustin, thank you.
Very welcome.
Next item we have is 14, items
Excuse
from
me.
emergency services. Oh,
Excuse me,
John,
Chairman.
sorry.
If I could, I'd like to add a couple more details to the COVID discussion. Would
Okay,
it still be possible? So I wanted to let you know that I started tracking COVID infections among our county employees about 2.5 weeks, the last 2.5 weeks of August, if you will. So at that point, we've had 27 positive COVID infections in the employee population. Most of those are in the administrative side. We've had 2/3 of the departments in the county have had at least one positive infection. One department has had 5, which is about 25% of their employees. If this continues at that kind of a rate, you may run the risk of some departments that will be unable to actually provide the functions to the county citizens. So I just wanted to make sure you are aware of that. The other thing I wanted to talk about today was the fact that last year when this began, we started doing COVID pay. It was actually part of the federal requirements initially. We extended that in December. We extended it again in April. That's set to expire at the end of September. I'll be presenting a request to the board at the next meeting to actually suggest that we extend that through the end of the year. because this has come back around and is starting to spike again. That doesn't expand it. It's still 80 hours per person, but there's a number of people that haven't been vaccinated or haven't been ill that are being ill now that are still being impacted by this. So I just wanted that point of interest that I will be presenting that at the next meeting.
So do we know how many of those 27 did not have vaccinations?
Do not track that, no.
Okay.
And how many actually, do we have proof that they have COVID, or did they say they had COVID
These are positive COVID cases.
that you had tracked?
Mhm.
Not that they had just said they were positive.
No, there's documentation.
Of clarification, excuse me, Chair. 80 hours, if they test positive for COVID, it's supposed to do at least 10-day quarantine, correct? And so what this 80 hours does is help pay. They
It
get
makes,
paid for.
yeah, especially for
time
newer
off.
employees that haven't had a chance to get sick leave accrued.
Yeah, you don't use sick leave.
Mm.
I just want to stress that that's a pretty amazing
Mhm.
benefit that we have in this county. I didn't get paid for my time off.
So Lloyd,
I
just
mean,
a
it's-
question, sorry, Chairman.
Mr.
So
Ashcraft.
should we say everybody should be vaccinated before they get their 80 hours?
No.
You see what I'm saying?
Have-
Maybe you need to be vaccinated. If you're saying that I need to pay you 80 hours and vaccination work, maybe the requirement, some places are requiring them to be vaccinated. And if they are not, they don't get paid that. So, where are you going with this? So, bottom line is, you're saying one thing, John, vaccinate and make sure we vaccinate and mask up and departments are getting sick, but then we're not making them do vaccines, but then we want to pay them 80 hours whether they're vaccinated or not. So just food for thought. What is that choice?
Anything further, John?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Saying- Okay.
Item 14, items from Emergency Services Center. Ted, Kevin.
Morning, Commissioners. Ted Rufflet Jr., and I am vaccinated, by the way, so thank you. Otherwise, Ted Rufflet Jr. with Pennington County 911. On this project, I'm acting as the project manager. Just to quickly refresh everybody's memory, this is a public safety radio project where we're extending public safety radio coverage into some areas of our county that historically have had very bad coverage. Keystone, Hill City, and the area around the Rockerville Fire Station on South Highway 16. You authorized us to go out to bid on this project. This is a joint project with the state of South Dakota. They're funding the equipment that'll go at these tower sites, and Pennington County is building the tower sites, the places to put this equipment. We had our bid opening on August 12th. We received 5 bids for the project. Vicor Inc. of Rapid City submitted the low bid of $447,189. Allstate Tower of Henderson, Kentucky submitted the second bid of $770,600. Highmark Erectors of Somerset, South Dakota was the third at $777,000 even. Vinco Incorporated out of Minnesota submitted fourth bid of $785,950. And RCS Construction of Rapid City submitted the high bid of $827,835. Obviously, when we opened the bids, we saw right away that there was possibly a area of concern with the low bid being almost half of the other ones. The number bids 2 through 5 were just 50,000 apart in the difference of their price, and then Vicor. So we met with Vicor, and they realized that they had made a mistake in their bid, and they have since submitted a formal request to withdraw their bid due to the mistake in their bid calculations. We then went to the next 3 lowest bids, which was Allstate, Highmark, and Vincor. And unfortunately, those companies submitted incomplete or non-responsible bid packets. They either did not provide the proof of their liability insurance that we required, or they did not submit references. We required them to submit up to 3 references of successful tower construction projects that they had done. And because, we're trying to keep a level playing field here in the bid statutes and the rules of awarding public bids, that took us to the 5th bidder, RCS Construction, which did submit a responsible bid packet. And therefore today, I'm here to recommend that we award this project to RCS Construction in the amount of $827,835.
Commissioner Adcock.
Motion to reject bids of Allstate Tower Incorporated, Highmark Erectors, and Vinco Incorporated as non-responsible and award bid to RCS Construction in the amount of $827,835.
Is there a
Second.
second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Laster.
Mr. Chair.
Does that suffice what we need to do as far as the first one?
We do need my understanding from Jay is that we do need a motion to accept Vicor's request to reject or withdraw their bid first.
Mr. Chair.
That was in the motion.
Do it.
Motion to reject the bids of Allstate Tower Incorporated, Highmark Erectors, and Vinco as a non-responsible and award the bid RCS Construction in the amount $827,835, Ed. Or,
I'm going to look
Ted.
at Tracy. Tracy, can we do that separate? Can we do that all together?
Tracy Decker, State's Attorney's Office. I think the difference might be for Vicor. They don't want to have a bid rejected as non-responsible when they have moved to withdraw it due to a mistake in calculation.
So
Okay.
you have two different, sorry, Chair, you have two different motions, is to accept Vicor's request to withdraw, and then you have a reject the bid,
Right.
Highmark's as non-responsible. So
Correct.
I would suggest that the recommended motion number 2 take Vicor's name out of it. I think that would,
It's not in there. There's
Oh,
Vinco and
Vinco.
Vicor. There's two V
Oh.
companies here, Vinco and
Yeah.
Vicor.
I misread
Yeah.
it. Yes,
Okay.
I think the two motions.
I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay.
Did
So
I
the
answer
first
question?
one, the second one is good, and then we just have to add the other one in the next motion.
I would request that you do motion 1 first to accept Vicor's request to withdraw the bid.
Withdraw your motion.
Okay, I'll withdraw the motion. Start over.
Okay.
Sure.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Well, then I'll move to accept Vicor's request to withdraw their bid.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I don't think it's our intent to try to make any company that knows that they made an error
No,
to stick them with a bid that they know they're going
Right.
to lose money on. So
That's
I think
correct.
that's good. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now I take Commissioner Adcock's motion on the second part of it.
Motion to reject bids of Allstate Tower Incorporated, Highmark Erectors, and Vinco Incorporated as non-responsible and award the bid to RCS Construction, the amount of $827,835.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
thank you, Commissioners.
So now do we need to have another motion for, or did you have that included to accept?
That was included, yep.
Okay.
I think we're good. Thank you. Thank
So
you, Chair.
RCS was included in it, Kara?
Yep.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Guys, thanks, Kim.
Thank you.
Item 15, Joe.
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. Item 15A there is the bid award for 2 tandem axle trucks. We received bids for 2 tandem axle trucks. We only received one bid from Floyd's Truck Center. These trucks were bid this year due to the extremely long lead times. These vehicles won't be delivered until 2022. Another note here, one of these trucks also qualified for the VW replacement program in the amount of $55,522.50. So once we get these trucks delivered, we'll get that rebate from the state. So approximate delivery time is, they're hopeful by July of 2022. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
So Joe, the 55,000, that'll come off the 222?
Yes.
Okay,
We have to
Chairman.
pay it in full and then it's a rebate, so.
okay. Is there a motion?
Move to approve purchase of 2 new 2023 tandem axle trucks from Floyd's Truck Center, Rapid City, South Dakota, in the amount of $222.90.
Second.
And a second. Is there anybody from the general public that wishes to address this issue? Seeing none, back to the commission. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item B.
Item B, authorization to purchase one new mini excavator. In August, we came before you to pursue proposals from a minimum of 2 vendors in the area. We received proposals from 3 different companies here in Rapid City, Butler Cat, DMI, Diesel Machinery Incorporated, and RDO Equipment. Butler and RDO provided proposals for new mini excavators, while DMI can only provide us used due to the industry shortages. You can see that the price of a new excavator is very close to the cost of a used one, just due to our governmental discounts through the Sourcewell pricing. RDO's proposal came in low overall, but lacks the attachments that the Caterpillar machine has. There's over $10,000 in attachments that come standard on the Cat machine that the John Deere we would have to add to those. So overall, the Cat machine is actually low when you remove all those and compare apples to apples. And then another factor in the consideration of these is Butler guarantees that they can deliver this machine in October, where RDO can't guarantee a delivery of this machine in 2021. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Laster.
move to approve the purchase of one new 2022 Caterpillar 305 E2 CR excavator from Butler Machinery Company, Rapid City, South Dakota, in the amount of $68,860.66 from the Sourcewell contract number 032119 CAT.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion? Any members of the public wishing to address this? Back to the commission. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item C.
Item C, county, this is a change order on our countywide signing project. In the original design, there was 352 posts that somehow got missed in the original design. So the entire project is upgrading our post from an 1 3/4 inch diameter telspar post to a 2-inch diameter telspar post. So these were just missed. These 2-inch posts allow for a longer life of the post and give the signs more rigidity, and due to especially out in our eastern part of our county in the wall area, the wind loading tends to do a number on these. Another benefit is this allows our sign crew to only carry one size of post instead of having to carry two different sizes of posts. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
just one question, Joe. The reset sign, they're $20 each. Is that the foundation for the post itself?
So that's to remove the sign from the
So
1
that's for labor, not
3/4.
material?
Correct. It's
Okay.
to remove the sign from the 1 3/4 post, install it on the 2-inch post, put the sign back up.
Okay.
Because the bases will still be there. So
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Move to approve change order number 2 for the countywide siding projects PH 805271 with PCN 0404 in the amount of $51,040.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion? Any members of the public wishing to discuss this issue? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item D.
Item D, authorization to contract for milling and reclaiming off the Brown County, South Dakota bid. So here, a couple weeks ago, I met with Mr. Ron Roskinek and Travis Laster with a contractor that does this throughout the state. This was stemming from the mag chloride discussion this previous summer here. We kind of went looking for some alternatives that may last longer and give the highway department a better, some more bang for the buck. Base stabilization is a technique. Let me back up here. So base stabilization is a technique used to improve poor quality roads with the injection of a cement stabilizer. Basically, you're turning it into a concrete road without pouring concrete almost. They have a large machine that they grind up the material that's there. They grind it once, then they come back and they grind it again and inject that liquid cement into it and lay it back and make sure your road's at a perfect 4%. The base stabilization is not necessarily dust control. You will see an improvement on the amount of dust just simply because you're not going to have the rock crushing dust that you see currently. It'll lock all that aggregate together. I did call a couple of the other highway superintendents, one in Fall River, one in Custer County, who have both done this. Fall River, Randy down in Fall River did a road down by Ulrich's. They bladed once per season basically since they've done this base stabilization project. I don't remember exactly how many miles he said they did, but they did. They've been very successful. And then Jesse down in Custer County also did a stretch. Same as Fall River County. Jesse did one step further and put a shot of mag chloride over the top of it, and he hasn't touched it in approximately 2 years. So it's a very useful, though more expensive than mag chloride. The county will reach some benefits out of it and not having to maintain it, and it's got a longer life cycle of 5 to 10 years. Cost estimate we put together based on that Brown County bid is about $40,000 per mile. If you wanted to add mag chloride on top of that, it's about $51,000 per mile.
So what's that total? Sorry,
The total for
this project?
the total for 8 miles would be approximately $327,000.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek?
Joe, thanks for inviting me and Travis to that meeting because it was very educational. And, with as many roads that I have in my district and as many roads as Travis has in his district, we certainly want to show the general public that we're looking for solutions. And not only will this provide a better driving surface, but it's really going to cut down on maintenance over 5 to 10 years from my understanding. So once again, thanks for bringing it to our attention and giving us a direction to go.
You're welcome.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock?
so you're taking 2 problem areas and putting 327,000 on them
Correct.
of 8 miles of road.
Correct.
How much is usually a road per mile normally?
As far as
Gravel and maintenance on them?
so for gravel and maintenance, it's about $5,500 per mile per year, and that's snow removal and everything. We put a 2-inch gravel surface on it every 8 years,
Okay.
which I don't have that cost in front of me.
Okay, so this is just a test to see if these are maintained, and it'll take you how long to figure out that for 327, you got your bang for your buck.
Well, I think the surrounding counties have already proven that we got the bang for the buck there.
Okay.
And the studies are there. Cliff will come up here maybe after the fact on our gravel surfacing here. This it binds all your gravel together in your trucks, especially out in Travis's district, your UTVs and all the stuff in Ron's district. They're not going to tear up that loose aggregate as easy. And I don't think it's really a trial period per se, because we have the test from the surrounding counties.
Right.
And this has been done in multiple counties with success.
So if these are 2 areas, and I appreciate, like Ron said, the solution in Travis. They're trying to find some solution for those areas, what could work for their constituents in their areas, and we have a bunch of ag areas in the eastern part, I know, that need some help with those roads, and they have big trucks, to haul their ag stuff to market. And to me, that's a business for Pennington County. It also keeps them in business. So I appreciate the solution. I'll be looking forward to if we're going to do other roads and other problem areas for Pennington County if it works, because we do have a mag water policy that I like, but I also like solutions with, areas that are, you just can't do much with. Mag water isn't going to do it for them.
Yep.
And they're throwing their money away, meaning the constituents, and we're throwing our money away because it's going to be something that's going to have to continue every year for them. And that'll cost that up for people. But if we find something like this that can last 5 to 10 years, it makes a difference in those problem areas. So good solution, and thank you for working with our 2 commissioners to try to figure out something else besides having Ron bring up those mag water issues and drive us all nuts. In a sense, I appreciate his persistence, and I always thought there was some kind of solution that could work. And thank you for working with these guys to get that done, because, they care about what happens on their roads. So,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek?
So, Joe, if we did this, when could we possibly start working on this particular project?
So, Tom with the Wiza Construction, the outfit that does this stuff, said he's got an opening in late October. Mother Nature pending, right? Because you got to use water and we can't have it freeze. And we would like to actually get some good gravel down on Rochford before we do this. So we're going to get back to gravel on Rochford Road here probably next week. Probably take us approximately 2 weeks to get that done. So we should hopefully be ready for him by mid-October when he's ready for us. So.
And this will start at the turnoff to the Mystic Road, which would go to Hill City. So from there, from that Mystic Road turnoff, how many miles is it to Rochford itself?
Oh, I believe it's about 5,
Okay,
between 4 and 5, because it's 3.7 from the county line to Mystic, and I think it's only 11 from 385 to Rochford. So
because in 2 years or 3 years, when the South Rochford Road is paved, you're going to see a lot more traffic going to Rochford, and they'll have two choices at that point. They can go on asphalt north, or they can go to the Highway 385. And if this turns out to be as good as I think it's going to be, you're going to probably, it's just going to be a safer, better driving experience.
yes, it will. Yeah, we've had rough road signs in this from that Mystic to the Lawrence County line since I've been here. And from my understanding, they've been in place for many, many years. Same goes for Travis's district out north of Wall there on the Creighton Road. We've had those same soft spots for many, many years, and this is possibly, hopefully, a solution to fix those.
Nice.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion to authorize the highway department to contract under the Brown County bid that was awarded back in January. Further discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Item 16. Back to John.
Morning, Commissioners. John Morrow, Pennington County HR. So today I've got before you a request to add a new job title, as well as the rating, the DBM rating for that position. This is not adding any headcount to the IT department, but it creates a new position within the department to actually offer a promotional opportunity for an existing employee, and then give them some additional responsibilities within the department as well. So the suggested motion, if you decide to approve this, is I move to approve the IT software project manager developer position at a DBM of C41 with a starting rate of $27.62 an hour, and to authorize human resources to update the position listing, which is on file in the Human Resource Office.
So move.
Got a motion by Commissioner LaCroix. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Laster. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank
Motion
you.
carried. Thank you. Item 17, Cindy.
Morning again, Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. I am hopeful that I have presented the board with enough information that we can move forward with budget. I did prepare 6 different versions of the budget. The first one being, includes all of the motions that you had made to changes in provisional up through the motions on the 13th of August. The second one is that same budget amount, and then utilizing the 1% or the stored CPI in order to reach the 20% goal for reserves. The third one, we had indicated, or Commissioner LaCroix had indicated a possible wage adjustment. So I did one with a 1% wage adjustment increase in the budget. That brings our reserves down a little bit lower than goal. The fourth one is that same option, and then to utilize the stored CPI. Again, that one doesn't reach the 20%. And then the fifth one has the 1% wage increase. It uses the 1% CPI, or not 1%, but the stored CPI, excuse me. And then it would also reduce either accumulated building or fare or both for a total of $400,000, which would then put that money back into the general fund and bring our reserves up to the 20%. And based on John's memo for looking at a potential 2% wage increase, I did prepare one option for that. And I included the stored CPI and then reduced accumulated building and fare by about $750,000 to bring it up to 19.72%. So I don't know where you would like to begin.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Thank you, Cindy, for bringing this up. And after reading that memo, you know, I am, you said if option 5 or 6 were on the radar, that you'd like to continue this to the next commission meeting.
Yes, I would.
And quite frankly, I'm in support of either 5 or 6 out of all these budgets for the simple fact that the way things are going, I think it would be in our best interest to try and get our base wages up to where, because in the next 2 years, if we're talking about we want to keep people and employees on, we're going to have to step it up. And I think that's the smartest route that I am thinking about when I read through this. I don't know what the other commissioners are thinking, but I'm seriously considering 5 and 6.
Further discussion?
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
so is this board wanting to continue this?
I
guess
do.
Lloyd does.
I think if we're going to discuss 5 and 6, we need to continue it at
Okay,
request of the
Lloyd, did you
auditor.
make the motion to continue?
That'd be my motion.
I'll second.
Got a motion to continue until the September 21st meeting. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Item 18, Cindy, you're right back up here. Or Holly.
I was going to say, I didn't know if Holly was going to do that or if I was going to do that one.
Okay.
You drew the short straw.
I guess I did, yes. Well, Holly prepared the document, so I thought maybe she was going to go ahead and do that for you. I was just going to let her handle it. Oh, and yeah, Holly has it all laid out for you, what has been done so far in the terms of the one-time funding, using the potential of the $6 million of one-time funding. There are some additional considerations, one being the putting aside $310,000 for the financial software, which would benefit, well, it kind of ties everybody together as far as the equalization, treasurer, my office. It also includes the financial software, which does have the HR piece in it. Then the second
Is
one.
that, would that be available in 22 or is that not available until 23?
Not positive when it is going to
Okay.
be available. They're hoping it will be in 22. If it is, it's going to be towards the latter part of 22, I believe.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
I think we need to continue this as well to see on the funding of the 300,000, if we're going with the 2%, 1%, or what we're doing with wages. At this point, I don't think there needs to be a decision made on the extra 700,000 until we figure out what we're doing with the rest of the budget. So my motion would be to continue this to the September 21st
Second.
as well.
I've got a motion and a second to continue. I would ask Commissioner Roskinek to re-mention the amount that came out of the building committee so that can be.
Yeah, the building committee is asking for one time of 150,000 or not to exceed 150,000, which would be allocated to a facility assessment needs that we all feel we need to be looking at moving forward.
Good point. Thank you, Ron.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
That went faster.
Clifford Iyer, now we're coming up to you. Gravel resurfacing specifications presentation. Joe?
So, Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway. I'll just introduce Cliff here and get some stuff up on the screen for him. So, a while ago, speaking to Travis about gravel down in his district and the necessity of clay, or what we call PI, and I had heard the information from Mark Schock, so it was coming secondhand to third-hand to Mark, or to Mr. Travis Lassiter. So I asked LTAP if they had a presentation to give to you guys, so you understand the importance of our surfacing gravel and why we have the specifications in place that we do. So they agreed to come down, and that's the reason Cliff is here. See if I can get.
Thank you
out of
for
these.
coming, Cliff.
Welcome.
I knew I saw you somewhere before when I saw you in the audience. Like, I know Cliff.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. It's good to be here again. Hopefully we can explain some of this gravel gradation business and PI so it maybe makes a little more sense to everybody. My name is Cliff Ryer. Like Joe said, I work for South Dakota LTAP out of SDSU, and our purpose is to provide technical assistance to local governments with roadway issues. So this is one of our things we're going to try to talk about today is why we require certain gravel specifications in our work for our roads. And we mentioned a little bit about what each specification is. And we're going to talk a little bit about a research project that we did back in 2012, 2013, and 2014 in 3 areas of the state. Today, I'm going to talk about one of the areas that we did, which was in Brookings County. So what you see on the screen here is when we talk about gradation, we talk about different sizes of the gravel material there. You'll see the coarse sieves that are up on top, the intermediate sieves. The coarse sieves are the things that probably are 3/4 of an inch, 5/8 inch in diameter. Your intermediate sieves are going to be below that, down to about what we call a number 4 sieve. And a number 4 sieve is real close to 1/4 inch openings. The number 4 means it's got 4 openings per square inch in that sieve, so it's real close to 1/4 inch. The material that passes through that 1/4 inch sieve or number 4 sieve we call fine materials, and that's when we get down into our number 40s, our number 80s, and you've heard the expression number 200 sieve. The 200 sieve is just basically dust. It's so fine that you have to wash it through the sieve to find out, and then dry it again to find out what percentage of material is in that sieve. That's the 200 stuff is the dust you see behind the vehicle. And that's the good stuff that's leaving the roadway for you. So that's we want to preserve that if we can. To advance, do I just scroll down? Scroll down. How about page down? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. The gradations specifications for South Dakota Department of Transportation, we have 2 of them on the screen there. One is aggregate base course, and the other one is gravel surfacing material. Your aggregate base course is something that goes under a surface, and it's basically what we call a clean material. You'll see that the plasticity index on that, and I'll explain what that is in a minute here, is 0 to 6, so it's almost non-existent. And your number 200 sieve is a little bit less fines there on your bottom sieve. And the reason for that is when we put that base course down under a surfacing material, we want that to drain. We want that to shed water so it can go out to the sides and not create so much of a frost heave situation during the freeze-thaw cycle. So that's why we want that kind of a material in your base. Now, gravel surfacing is something a little bit different for our gravel roads where we don't put a surfacing on them, where the gravel is the surface itself. We got a specification there. You're going to see it's a little bit coarser material. On top, we have 100% passing the 3/4 inch sieve. So everything should be 3/4 inch rock or smaller. The number 4 is a little bit finer, excuse me, a little bit finer. It's 50 to 78% passing, so that's your fines as we go on down through there. Your number 8s and your number 40s are a little bit finer than your base course material. And your 200, our spec on that is about 4 to 15 passing that 200 sieve. So that 200 sieve, like I said, it's dust. It almost looks like flour. And there's an asterisk on that. In some areas, we prefer to go a little bit higher than that 8 to 15, or 4 to 15. We can go up to 815 to make it get a little more binder in there. And that plasticity index, that's actually your clay material that's in that material, and that acts as your glue to keep your coarser materials above it together on your roadway. Now, there's a couple different ways of obtaining plasticity, or your PI. We prefer that it be a clay type material because it has a better binding quality, and it also has a better characteristic of shedding water from the top of the road, so you can keep that water from penetrating that base. Once you let water penetrate the top of that road, you're going to get soft spots, and then it can get down into your subgrade, and then you have deeper soft spots, so to speak. So something to keep in mind there. Sometimes it's recommended that you create plasticity index or PI by leaving a little bit of strippings on your gravel pit or the overburden. And the trouble with that is you can make it past the spec by using that, but it's not good material. It never gets solid. It just has a tendency every time the moisture gets on it, it doesn't shed. It wants to absorb that moisture into there. It's a topsoil type product, and it just takes on water rather than shed it, and you don't want that on top. Now your clay on top will probably the first couple of rains you get, you're going to be disappointed in it because it's going to get slippery. Once that has a chance to cure through a season, or at least a warm part of your season, that characteristic should disappear. And a little more of your rock, you're going to see a little more of your rock come to surface, and it'll take that slipperiness out of there when it gets wet. If you do that, get your PI with topsoil or overburdened on the pit, you may get that characteristic every time it rains. It seems like it doesn't want to cure out and set up like it should. That's what we've experienced in the past. So now to go on a little bit, in some areas of the state, we did a validation check of materials in eastern South Dakota. The starred states there, we grabbed some samples and just ran those at random, and we came up with some interesting results.
So Cliff, on that, when you showed the whole state there, it doesn't give us a key. So the colors don't mean anything to us. What's that telling us for Pennington County? I see we're compared to like Beetle County and Hyde County and Stanley County.
Okay, evidently we didn't grab any samples in Pennington County to run on these comparisons. The reason why, I don't know.
Okay.
We have sensed through our research project that we did, that I'll get to here, we had some results from Pennington County that were sort of interesting with respect to quarry material, adding quarry dust to some material, and we got some good binding qualities out of that. So we've found in these areas, these are areas where previous data seemed inaccurate, and the study was contrasting in local materials used on unpaved roads. So out of those counties that we sampled, we found that only one of them had a passing gradation on material that we're using on their roads. Five, I believe, had passing PI and the highest ones of those was a 7 PI on a 4 to 12 spec.
So Chairman,
The lowest was a 4.
I have a-
Commissioner
I
Acker.
have a question. So is it because they're using the lower grade or that subsurface is, like you said, just putting on a bad subsurface?
This,
Or is it,
we were getting complaints in these areas about why the roads were rough,
right?
why the material was loose, and why we had washboarding. So we went in and tested that material from those areas, and this is what we found. We found the gradation problems were only a small percentage was retained on the 1 inch, and our spec is something smaller than that, 300% passing the 3/4 size. So
the base or the top, that's the problem?
that's the top.
That they're putting over the base?
I'm sorry.
Is it because the base isn't set for the type of top that they're putting on, the type of PI they're putting on the top? Or is it just the binding unit? What makes you fail?
These areas had, only a few areas had binding on them.
There you go.
So, and that's probably the bigger issue.
So are they having problem finding that, or is it because the cost of the binding unit or the gravel that they have to put on there?
They were probably not providing a good enough specification for the material that they were trying to buy.
Okay,
And they were lax. We saw some specifications over there where the only thing the specification said is the material needs to pass 100% needs to pass the 3/4 inch sieve. They didn't have anything in there about their fine gradations or about the finer side of their material, and they had nothing mentioned about a plasticity index or PI. So
yeah.
they needed to tighten up their specification.
So have they changed that, or they did it
They
because it's
have.
cheaper?
They've been working to change that, and it seems to be a slow process, but they're gaining on it. So
Does it cost more for that extra material that has more of that binding unit in it?
you can find some. They were finding some, and some cases they had to go to a different pit to find some clay and haul it in and blend it in with the crushing operation.
Yep.
And of course, that costs a little more money, but in the long run, if you crunch a life cycle cost on that,
Yeah,
it
lasts
pays
longer.
off to
Yep.
do that. So,
Yes,
because the cost differential didn't appear to be that great if you spread it over a few years. And also you'll reduce maintenance, and we'll see some of that here too.
Thank you, Cliff.
So generally, there was a pretty good split between the coarse and fine material on the specification, but when you got down to the PI is where everything fell apart. 5 of the 9 samples had PI, and like I said earlier, the best PI, the highest PI was a 7. Okay, what kind of a layer do you need on your roadways? It starts down at the grade. It starts down at the subgrade. Excuse me. And we got some different scenarios here that are recommended in the design manual for maintenance and rehabilitation of roads. The site that we just picked out and put a pointer on here, your estimated daily number of heavy trucks on here. Now, heavy trucks, I mean, those are trucks that actually meet weight limit specifications to haul legal loads. Now, we're not talking about overloaded trucks because we're not supposed to see those. But anyway, you take a subgrade that is a low bearing subgrade, and there's a test out there called that California Bearing Ratio, or CBRs, that they can run to determine what kind of a grade you have below the gravel before you put it on in the subgrade material. This one that we cited there is a poor subgrade, a low subgrade material. And we're suggesting when you have a low subgrade to carry 25 to 50 legal truckloads a day, you should have 14.5 inches of base. Now, and And as traffic goes up, as traffic goes lower in volume up this scale, you see that you can reduce those. So, and also when you got a stronger base or you have a high base, uh, high subgrade condition, you can reduce that gravel to 8.5, 8.5 inches. You're approaching half that if you got a good subgrade. So out here in your areas, where you get into the rocky conditions for your subgrade, you can certainly reduce the amount of gravel you need on top of that. But you go to the eastern part of the county where your soil conditions get a little bit weaker, then you should go with a thicker layer of gravel on top of that to keep your performance. So just some things to look at there as you're rehabbing your roads or building new ones. So in your design. Now here's a piece of road, and this is getting into our research project that we did. This is a piece of road right here in the picture. Same operator, same road, same day, different material. If you look at the top picture and you go back there, and if you can look down the road where the vehicle is setting, you see it looks a little shinier. That's even a better material than what he's working with on the bottom. So on the bottom picture, you're working with some substandard material. In the bottom of the top picture, you're probably looking at some low specification material. And up on very top there by the vehicle where it gets a little shiny looking, we were probably looking at some of that material we modified to put down for this research project. And I'll go through a little bit of information here we found from this research project that we started in 2012. This particular slide, I think we've seen here at an earlier presentation from a research project that the Department of Transportation did. Talks about the volume of traffic where you have to maybe how high you can go on volume to maintain gravel, and then you make a break to the asphalt surface treatment up to about 650 cars a day, and at that point, your vehicles a day, and at that point, you probably need to go to some hot mix asphalt. Now, asphalt surface treatment material is what another term for blotter treatments. They're kind of interchangeable materials here. So on gravel, 150, 160 cars a day is probably something that you can effectively maintain with that type of traffic using gravel. Now, more than 50% of the local roads in South Dakota are unpaved, and we find that managing them all over South Dakota is an issue. The biggest complaints we hear from the public are generally washboard, rough roads. Corrugation is another word for washboard. Too much loose material on the surface, and makes it hard to control a vehicle. And of course, with that loose material comes our dust complaints also. How critical is gravel quality to this, and how does it affect the total maintenance cost? Let's take a look. This project, the primary focus was on the effect of gravel quality on your roadway. We took 3 types of gravel for this study. Substandard but commonly used, and that's what we found in those tests in the eastern part of the state there that I had up on the screen earlier. They basically met no spec. Or something that barely meets spec in the DOT general surfacing spec. Percent of 200 is low. Plasticity index is low. Everything is bottom side spec. And then we have a modified spec that we put down. We kind of beefed up some gravel material with the addition of clay. And we increased the minimum passing to 200, and we increased the PI, took it up to about 7. Now, we put this material down in 3 layers. And this particular one I'm going to cite, we did one in Brookings County, one in Han County over by Miller, and one down in Custer County. The one I'm going to cite is the one over in Brookings County. We put down a section of substandard material. We compacted one section and we did not compact another section. Made a little buffer zone, and we put down a standard spec material, some minimum spec material, and compacted and uncompacted that section, put a little buffer space in, and then we put in that modified specification where we increased the 200 and increased the PI. Some of the things we found later in the year in 2012, excuse me, the substandard material, we went out and run a slough test on that. And what that slough test consists of, we just go across the road in a 1 foot path, scoop up that material and weigh it, and take it times 5,280 and determine how many tons of loose material we have per mile. On that substandard, both the compacted and the non-compacted, the non-compacted was worse, which we expected, of 450 tons per mile of loose material, or excuse me, 405 tons per mile of loose material. The standard spec was considerably less. It was running about half that, where we had the minimum specifications to meet the DOT spec. But look at the modified spec where we added that clay to bring that 200 and that PI up. We only had 71 tons per mile of loose material. And that's a dramatic difference. So we went on to take a look in 2013, and in 2013 we tried to keep track of the weather conditions and how this would affect that. In 2013, it was a wetter year, a cooler season. We had 2.94 inches of rain in the previous 20 days before the test was taken, and most of that was actually in 3 days prior to the 2013 test. But look what we found. The substandard material, just because it was a little bit more moisture there, well, 2.9 inches of moisture in the 20 days prior to the test, it cut that loose material down to a little less than half for the substandard material. But look what it cut again in half, the minimum standard spec material. But the modified, where we added the 200 material and the increased the PI, went from 71 tons per mile down to 16 tons per mile. That's pretty insignificant amount of loose material. And so in the next, we did a little more comparison, a little graphic comparison here. Tons of the blue is 2013. The red is 2012 information, just a graphic, a bar graph of what I just showed you, comparing the 2 years side by side on a graph. And then in the spring of 2014, now keep in mind, this stuff is approaching 2 years old on that road. We had, with the substandard material was back up to 310 tons per mile. The spec material was hanging right in there at 100 tons. And that modified spec was only at 44 tons per mile again. And this is after 2 years. So again, you're cutting from the substandard material down to your modified spec. You're way down. The minimum spec was less than half. Actually, you got about a third of the amount there, and then you went down another third to the modified spec. So it makes quite a little difference to get that stuff in your gravel. So some of the observations were we had corrugation was minimum, and no corrugation observed on any of the sections meeting at least the minimum standard spec. And however, the substandard section had the beginning of light corrugation only 2 days after maintenance blading was done. And that was after 3 inches of rain almost. So It just, if you don't have that binder, it just doesn't stay in place. Another thing we noticed in that project was how much the road gained in width between the different spec material. Actually, it's characteristic of a road to push out, a gravel road. A surfacing road is better, but a gravel road wants to push out once you put traffic on it. And that stuff with the modified spec, you can see the graph comparison there. How much it pushed out in 2013 after 1 year. The light blue there with the standard spec is pushed out a little bit wider, that bottom bar. And then the substandard spec was quite a bit wider. And the width ranged from 22 feet on the modified, the top bar, to 25.25 feet on the substandard spec. So it pushed out a little over about 3.25 feet more in that amount of time. And their slide here is a little bit blurry. The picture covered up part of the verbiage, but the substandard section has moved outward 4 feet since that construction. And that's in that 2-year time period. So this is why, this is the type of material here that's going to require the road to be reshaped, the shoulders pulled in, and extensive reshape done just due to substandard material. The modified section where we added the clay only moved out 6 inches in that time period. So quite a difference there. And notice the top of the material, how tight it is, how tight the top of the road is, that material. And here is a view of the substandard section with all less loose material on here. And here we have a view of the modified section.
Cliff, can I ask?
Keep in mind, this is all the same age. Yep.
Both of these scenarios, neither one's been meg watered, right? It's just they haven't been meg watered.
They have not been mag watered. Nope, this is just the raw gravel materials. Yep.
Okay.
What about rutting? If it gets wet, we notice no significant rutting in that modified material in that 2-year period. So, and we went from somewhere we talk about blading here. The points we're trying to make here is a DOT standard surface gravel specification reduces loose aggregate by 1/3 to 1/2 the amount. The width differential, widest differential in Brookings County into the corn harvest in 212 was 405 tons of loose material on the substandard stuff, with only 71 tons on the modified section. That was one of the first slides that I showed on the graph. No corrugation was observed on the standard or the modified material. And Brookings has done blade maintenance up to 4 times on the substandard section and only once on the modified. Some of the one negative aspect we should point out says we're hearing a little pushback from the aggregate producers who prefer to produce as they always have, with no close control on the percent passing the 200 and the plasticity index. When you add that clay and run it through that crusher wants to ball up a little bit. So it slows down production. The drier the material they can get to run through the crusher, the better it is. But the other side of that is you always need a little moisture on your material to lay it down on the road. So that's some of the things we observe from that research project. Out here in the hills area in Custer County, we added some crusher fines out of a quarry pit to some existing road, gravel on an existing road in Custer County. And we were very surprised how that reacted. When you run one of these gradation and PI samples out of a quarry pit, you'll probably get the gradation to meet specs, but it'll come out, probably is going to come out non-plastic. But there's something in that limestone material out of these quarry pits that seems to have a binding quality in that dust. When it gets wet, it wants to bind. It does, if it does get dry and ravel out, if you can get some moisture on there and blade it again, it does come back together. It does a pretty good job of resetting itself, so to speak, so. But I guess, stands to reason, we make cement out of limestone through a process, and we all know what cement does once we make concrete out of it, so probably something related to that.
Questions of Cliff and Joe?
I guess my question would be, how many different grades of aggregate there? 3/4 inch, but I'm assuming it's not all created equal. I assume there's better grades that don't, not subject to break up with travel.
There are, and that material can be tested for that. It's called a wear test or a strength test. It determines how hard your rock is in that material. And, when you go into a pit and do some crushing, I'd recommend you at least require one of those tests to be made. You're gathering material for your gradation PI anyway. Yep. So there's no reason why there's no reason not to request a wear test.
So doesn't the state of South Dakota, don't they have parameters that can be used on county gravel roads? And we really shouldn't be using anything inferior if it doesn't pass the PI test or the hardness of the gravel.
If I was going to let a gravel contract for gravel, I would quote the DOT spec and have that as your standard spec that you need to meet. And then also in your contract, I would recommend running the test every 5,000 ton. One in the beginning when you start, so you know where you're at, and then do a check on it every 5,000 ton or so. A gravel test only costs $200 to $250. I mean, that's nothing comparing to the cost of a 40,000 ton stockpile that might be worthless.
So my last question would be, when you look at the number of vehicles per day after 150, so anything less than 150 would just be standard gravel?
I think we're finding that under 150, you use these specifications like we looked at here, should be in pretty good shape. Now, wetter seasons are easier to maintain than drier seasons, and that's where you want to look. That's where you have to look at. Do we want to do an additive to strengthen this stuff up beyond that? You got to get your pencil out, and Joe needs to compare his costs.
But once you exceed the 150, let's say 150 to 300, then what was the recommended change?
I would say when you're getting up there, 150, 200, even, and absolutely at 300, you're probably going to need some type of a surfacing, like an asphalt surface treatment, a blotter, a chip seal, those types of things. So.
Or stabilization, like we've talked about earlier?
I'm sorry?
Or stabilization?
Stabilization,
okay.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I just want to point out, Pennington County, as the highway department, we've been using the gravel surfacing spec as specified by the DOT since 2008 or 2010. So we've been using that spec for quite some time. We do test our gravel. We don't do the strength test, I don't believe, do we, Sean? So we're looking at adding that strength test and also a hydrometer test to make sure that they're not putting topsoil in for binder.
Yep.
There is a test so you can figure out, are they using topsoil or are they using clay?
Yep.
And we test the first 1,000, within the first 1,000 tons, and then every 5,000 tons after that on our gravel stockpiles.
So, Chairman.
And then you can, some counties, if it doesn't meet specs, they put in a penalty clause.
Are you including on the 150 travel on the roads, are you including ATVs as those travel per road, or you see what I'm saying? Because if you're counting, are you counting cars or are you counting ATVs on the 150 to 250 on travel to make it so it turns gravel, or you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we can classify on our accounts what type of a vehicle it is.
Okay,
But on these numbers here in that chart, we're talking total vehicles.
okay.
So it's your ATVs, it's your cars, pickups, and it's your trucks, all included.
Just, I'll add on to that, in Pennington County, our highest traveled gravel road is actually in Travis's district, Sage Creek. It's right at that, about 300 cars a day. So with our surfacing spec, we've been pretty successful out there maintaining it, with the new gravel that's been on there, so.
So how many do you have, maybe you know this, Joe, maybe you don't, that are over that 150 mark?
Between that 150 and 200 cars per day, we have roughly 5,
Okay,
and they're, right in that range, depending on the season also.
and over that is paved at this time or not?
Not necessarily. I'd have to go back and take a look at them, but I mean, we've got 337 miles of paved roads, so we've got quite a few paved roads out of the 830 or 840 that we got.
I'll be curious to see if the resurfacing that you're doing or the experiment you're doing, that if we're having areas that have those counts, that when do we decide that we need to move forward and put that in your budget, or when you decide to put that in your budget?
Yeah, Heidi always, talking to Mark, and Heidi always used 400 cars a day as your break-even point where you couldn't maintain gravel anymore, and it needed to look at a hard surface. That was prior to the LTAP study, so that's what we've continued to go with, is that 400 cars per day.
Would you change that at this time based on
I think most of our, I think
Pennington
most
County and the changes we've made, or that's happening right now?
I think most of the roads that are with that 150 to 200 have some decent gravel on them, and we've been pretty successful maintaining them. And they're, the roads that are in that 150 to 200 are in that 150 to 200 for a very short season.
That's what I was gonna ask.
3 months.
Are you counting that for 3 months? Are you counting and ready to resurface everything? Or are we doing that for, for a period of time that doesn't make sense to resurface it because it's only for 3 months?
Right, and that's the anomaly and the factor that isn't played into this fact, right? The eastern part of our state doesn't have a whole lot of tourism like we see in the Black Hills. The Black Hills in Ron's district, those counts, we did do a winter count, and we plan to do some more this fall or this winter. The counts are cut in a third. So do you resurface those for those 3 months? So that's just a question that we've got to answer, down the line.
I guess that would be my question, is how much money are we ready to spend if it's over that 150 to 400 when it's only a part-time type of, cash surfacing, when the other, 8, whatever, 9
Excuse me.
months?
That becomes an issue. I mean, and it's a tough issue that we see statewide. We've got areas in the eastern side of the state that are township roads that actually have more traffic on in them than the state highways in that area. And those folks face that same dilemma. How much do we put in? And your traffic out here, because you're tourist oriented, is more seasonal than some of the other parts of the state, but
But how
just
much,
where we live.
how much tourism does it generate for Pennington County? I mean, we get no sales tax, we get property tax unless they buy some properties. I guess that weighs into the factor of how much, you put into it.
Mr. Chair,
So
Commissioner Roskinek?
it's huge.
I think the question, how much you put into it is how much you're going to save. you have to sit there and look at the economics on this. That's what the whole thing's about. So if you can put in 40,000, but save you 20,000 over 10 years, then it's doable. If you put in 40,000 and you don't save that 40,000, then it might not be doable. So I think it's all based on economics.
Yeah, yes, and we recommend, using that life cycle formula that, and you've used it, and it's fairly accurate. We've seen some good results out of that. And it's one of the tools that's available.
Yep, and Sean's put that together for Mystic and some of the roads up in District 1.
Well, just the different areas. Like I said, the tourism isn't bringing as much money for Pennington County as it is the cities, and the cities maybe need to understand that as well.
Cliff, appreciate you coming out. I might just point out that prior to the several years that Cliff's been with LTAP, connected with SDSU, Cliff had a lifetime career also with DOT, so he's got the experience.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Interesting career, never a dull day.
Thanks, Cliff.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Taking a public comment first.
Next item is the items from the public. I have at least 3 speaker request forms from the public. I'd call on Joe Hedrick first.
Joe.
Joe Hedrick, come on up.
Good morning, thank you. Do I need the mic? I don't think.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Yep.
You're being recorded.
This is
Joe.
videoed also. So,
I'm gonna be famous.
yeah, you'll be famous.
Hopefully. we'll
Identify
get-
yourself and where you're from.
I'm Joe Hedrick, 116 North Ash in Gordon, Nebraska. I left the Midwest 50 years ago. 49 years ago, this week, I think I joined the Air Force. I've been gone ever since. And when people found out I was coming back to the Midwest, I've always bragged about the Midwest. And when employers for the last 30 or 40 years complained to me that they could not find quality entry-level employees, I always said, hire ag kids, hire Midwesterners. I don't say that anymore. What happened? Respect came out in your presentation, or trust it was. Part of my thing I want to talk to you about today, it's all education-based. I'm not a lawman, but to restore respect for the badge for law enforcement, I would propose the sheriff or deputies or administrators from the county go into the schools in the county, all of the schools, and start a conversation and get the quality teachers and the quality students down to the county hall for a county hall meeting where the Constitution is in attendance, state, federal, local reps, homeschoolers are welcome, liberals are welcome. Education is the key. And then the quality teachers and the quality students go back to their respective schools and through osmosis infect the teachers and students that are on the fence and strengthen that conversation. And I'm looking to create an outbreak of patriotism coast to coast. There's 3,000 plus counties in the United States. I hope to find that some of you have experiences where this is already existing. The second component, I talked to the governor of Nebraska in April about getting the Constitution into the classroom at about the 8th grade level. I was 18 when I swore an oath to the Constitution. It did something to me. I'll never forget it, and I've never been absolved of that obligation to preserve, protect, and defend. And the fraud that's going on now, we will stop them. The second component that I talked to the governor about is at the 8th grade level, I think, it's up to you guys to decide, but for a 8th grade student to study the Constitution in a run-up to Constitution Day, which is this month, I believe, to infect them with that sense of patriotism, and then the 7th graders and the 6th graders will be looking up to those fossilized 8th graders if they want to be just like them, and this will catch on and it'll find its way into the living room. And I talk to way too many adults who don't care. And they say, oh, just as long as it holds together long enough for me to get out of here. That's not good enough. That's a loser situation. Moving on from there to the reason I'm here today. The, I've been to a variety of these meetings, I've been back in the Midwest now for a short time, and just now this year getting into these kinds of meetings with the school boards and the city council. And I look around looking for these bright young faces, and my thinking is that this is a suggestion, if you had a non-voting position up here for voluntary attendees from the schools at whatever level, to get them used to this. Using myself as an example, I've avoided these kinds of settings. I'm a technical guy. I've always avoided these kinds of settings. And people have encouraged me to run for the sheriff's office in various states, various counties. And I said, I'm running from office. Why would I run for it? But now my life is taking a hard right turn, it would appear. I'm a technical guy, I'm mechanical and electrical. I love diagnosis. Now I'm diagnosing a nation. The goal, the preparation of succeeding generations of youngsters for social duties while strengthening their civil sensibilities, and to help develop an interest and familiarity in a city's, county's, or state's operational business. One point I want to make here, I remember, the only one I can point to, as a little kid in fire department training, I was probably around 10 years old, I remember getting chewed because we were up on the roof of the fire department and I was getting on the ladder wrong. And the fireman, a family friend, showed me how that ladder can get away by getting on it from the side. And to this day, when I get on a ladder from the roof, I remember that. And that's what I'm trying to do here, is to infuse these youngsters, these bright young minds, with that sensibility and responsibility. The idea is an elementary school age-based program to voluntarily situate young students voluntarily in council meetings as honorary members for civics training purposes, continuous year-round or vacating for their summer recess or however that works. Voluntary attendance with record keeping by the student, coupled with initial resume construction and kept as a permanent part of the student's personnel records. County-wide, students interested and willing can participate with parental supervision. The student's attendance may be for the first fractional hour of the meeting, or at the option of all involved, a longer period. This program is intended to extend beyond the city to the county commissioners and to the various school boards. Credits for participation may be granted at the option of the school administrators. Credits to homeschoolers will be noted in their foundational resumes also. Ideal age groups are at the discretion of the administrators or meeting managers. I welcome critique of any kind.
Joe, Lloyd LaCroix, here you go. You said on the bottom of it, write down on there what you need. That is Kristen Keener's phone number. The next youth city council meeting is next Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. They have an open comment. So there is a youth council in our area, and we have a teen up youth engagement for our community here. In fact, tomorrow they're having a Zoom meeting with the mayor of Sioux Falls to help them form a youth city council in Sioux Falls and Hot Springs. One mayor was at their meeting 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. They're thinking about it too. So there's some stuff that's going on. Kristen would be the person to contact. There's also, like I said, a youth engagement. So there's some great stuff going on, but there's your contact information.
Thank you.
Any questions of Joe? Joe, we appreciate you taking your time and coming here. I think Lloyd has given you some good information as to
Thank you.
contact.
Thank you for
Thank you.
Joe,
putting up with
Thank you for your patronism.
Yeah,
thank you for your
absolutely.
service.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thanks for noticing.
Next one I have is Sarah Beth Donovan.
Morning.
Morning.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Sarah Beth Donovan, and I am a resident of Rapid City. And my family has had a home in Silver City since the 1960s. And so I'm here today to raise an issue with the county, I guess officially, since it's already been raised, about placement of dumpsters in the right-of-way in Silver City. Vice Chairman Ross Connect received an email a couple weeks ago, or within the last couple weeks. Superintendent Joe Miller has had numerous conversations with people in Silver City about the dumpsters, probably more than he would like. And so I think it's time that we get this before the commission. Vice Chairman suggested that it needed to be, or thought that there would need to be a vote taken since it concerns the right-of-way. I looked on the county highway website and it references a permit. So I guess my suggestion is that we will file a permit today with the county highway department. And then that may be the catalyst to move forward with a vote or the agenda or whatever. I'm not sure the procedure that we need to follow. So that's part of the reason to address you today. And also just to give you a little history about why we're not working this out ourselves in Silver City. It seems strange that this ought to be a county issue, but in fact, as Commissioner Hadcock, I think, will remember, there seems to be a lot of county issues coming out of Silver City. So Kevin Eilbeck was here, but he had to take a work appointment. So he's the one who contracts with Sanders for the second community dumpster. There are 2 dumpsters in Silver City. They were started in 2014. The Silver City Garbage Association decided that they would be in charge of the garbage collection in Silver City. It's just a private entity and doesn't really have any governing authority. And then some individuals in the town were not able to participate in that or weren't economically able to participate. So 11 of us started a second community dumpster, and now we have a conflict as to whether the dumpsters can be placed together in the same right-of-way, et cetera, et cetera. So the permit, we will go ahead and file, and then I just want to give you a little background as to, and not take up a lot of time, but as to why we can't seem to resolve this and what seems to be going on here. If this gets on the agenda, I assume that both sides would be notified and there would be a chance to submit materials, make arguments, whatever. If you all want to take a vote on it, otherwise, that's fine, but I think we have to have the county make a decision. The emails that went back and forth the week of the 24th, 25th with Vice Chairman Rossnecht and the County Highway Department, Vice Chairman suggested that the only jurisdiction the county has is the right-of-way, which is being used to park the dumpsters. And he suggested that the dumpsters go back to where they were before the controversy, at least for now. So what we did then last week, Tuesday, we moved the dumpster, the second dumpster that was causing the problem, back to the location so we'd stop the emails and start whatever process needed to be happen. So status quo is back. Superintendent Miller stated that the county highway would prefer the dumpster to be moved onto private property as they hinder snow removal and gravel maintenance. That seems like a very logical concern to me. We also have an issue if they're in alleyways where they get plowed in the winter, et cetera. But it seems that we could work this out. There are lots of options. There are lots of alternatives. I tried to get the parties together this past weekend. Phil Schleif, who is the fire chief, who's been emailing Sanders Garbage, vice chairman, he was unavailable to meet. I gave them numerous options. The Silver City Garbage Association sent me an email saying there's no need to meet. Now that you moved your dumpster, we're out of it. So we will continue to try, and if we are able to resolve it without you all, that would be great. As I look back in documents, and I have so much paper coming out of Silver City, it's silly, but there's been conflict there for at least the last 10 years, starting in 2012 with the vacation rental ordinance. Remember that?
Yep.
I don't remember any of the rest of your names during that time, but that followed by mediation, that followed by protection orders, Phil Schleif and John Gomez against the Chapmans, that followed by a lawsuit to prevent the Chapmans from going to the meetings, individual and official capacity lawsuit that was thrown out of court without Evidence presented by the Chapmans. And then the Silver City Volunteer Fire Department deciding that they're going to amend the bylaws to approve all annual membership applications with the right to decline membership, etc. The dumpster issue arose, the last paper I have, or the initial paper is 2019, to get it moved from where it was in the northwest part of town to the main street. We had in May, when and part of this has to do with the bridge and the trucks and the load on the trucks, and that's why Superintendent Miller said, get the garbage north of town so you don't have to go over the bridge. They moved it. There were complaints about that. But before it was moved north of the creek, Phil Schleif and John Gomez came out and told Kiefer that they needed to, that one of them was the city ordinance guy, and they needed to have approval. They needed to approve this. So we are all of a sudden now providing an enforcement mechanism that doesn't exist in Silver City. And that's why it's my view that the county needs to get involved. Schleif, Fire Chief Schleif also wrote to Sanders, and in his email said, something to the fact, I have it right here. Oh, I would also like to point out that Sanders Sanitation has always had an option of not doing business with Eilbeck Chapman. And then Jake Hammer with the Garbage Association emailed Sanders, who said last Monday, we just want to pick up garbage. We hope you will insist on Kevin putting his dumpster on his own property, or Happy Trail.
So Sarah Beth, bottom line.
So I'm at a loss, commissioners.
Ms. Donovan, I think that, for several of us, I think you're probably bringing completely new information to us. But I think if the direction has been to make an application with the highway department at this point in time, that you need to do that probably. That the highway department, and between them and Commissioner Rosknecht, I suspect something's going to come back to us, either having been resolved or action that would need to be taken by the county. I don't know what that action might be at this
Mr. Chair.
time. Commissioner Rosknecht.
I might suggest, in trying to get this all fleshed out today at a commission meeting, that we could, this is something that the infrastructure committee could work on, at least further discussion.
I guess I don't know that that's the venue for it. I don't know what authority they would have, or what, I don't know what that crew's going to do, I guess.
I'm just
to look at
talking
it.
relative to the county right away, that's all.
Well, as I stated in the email, and I'm not even sure if this is the correct way to handle that, those dumpsters have always been placed at where they've been placed until it was brought to Sean and myself, April, I don't remember when, not knowing all the workings of Silver City, and kind of, I guess, anyways, we're here now, and I believe a permit to occupy the right-of-way. I'm not sure if that's even the correct permit for something like this. We don't have garbage dumpsters in the right-of-way anywhere else in the county that I'm aware of.
Well,
And that's why we would prefer these dumpsters be placed on private property, so they're not hindering snow removal or gravel maintenance.
Chairman.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So we have dumpsters and we don't get to put ours in the right of way. So I'll just tell you, it should be on private property and not in the right of ways. Plus, that leaves liability in case a hot car or something else hits that dumpster in that right of way. So to me, it makes sense to keep it on private property. If people want those dumpsters, and they're Silver City. How many people live in Silver City? Miss Sarah Beth, do you know?
Oh, I think there's about 80
And
residences and like 10 to 12 in the wintertime. So it's small, and it's,
And how did the dumpsters come about?
well, so as long as I can remember from childhood, there were always garbage dumpsters, and they were at the end of the street. So growing up, there were two, until just recently, there were two little ones at North Dugan, follow me, northwest side of town, and then there has been one or two on the east side of Main Street, on the east side of town.
So Sarah Beth, have they always been in the right of way?
They always have.
Okay, so Joe, in the cities, do we maintain the right of ways of cities?
We maintain some of those streets in Silver City. With the bridge, it's difficult to get there with a maintainer, but we do the snow removal in the wintertime with the pickup plow. Yes.
And are those a problem for you having dumpsters in the right of way?
Where they were previous to the happenings of April, May, we've made do with what's there. They don't make our life any easier, I'll say that, right? So it's just another obstacle to work around, just much like a parked car.
So is there, Beth, this is my opinion, this is Silver City and it's their dumpsters. I don't know if a county commission should get into the authority of telling people where to put their dumpsters and where's the best place, except if they're a hindrance to our county right of way for our highway to maintain. And he would tell you that. And I agree, getting a permit to put your dumpster in the right of way, I know the city wouldn't let us do that, our city. It'd be nice to put it in their right of way instead of ours, but it's for your garbage, not, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So-
Yes, absolutely. I agree. And I guess our position is either they both go in the right of way or they both go on private property.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have less of fight on private property, because then you can maintain it and those people using it could sign an agreement or something, then put it in a county right of way. Just
Absolutely.
my opinion,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So I've been part of this dialogue, and it's like I'm right in the middle, getting hit on both sides. But there is a Silver City Garbage Association that goes back, 30, 40 years?
Well, 2014 is the most
So
recent. And yeah,
2014, so something worked in 2014 and 2015 and 2016. And they seem to, I don't know what's happened in the last few months, but, as far as the location that the Silver City Garbage Association had, I don't have a problem with that being on county property. It's been there since 2014. I mean, that's just my personal take on it. But I think what the problem is that somebody doesn't want to have a bunch of garbage dumpsters in front of his house.
well, so prior to 2014, it worked. It worked. And the treasurer of the fire department collected the garbage dues, and they were the same across the board, whether they were vacation, whether they were part-timers, whether they full-timers, whatever. And people paid them. People paid them through the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, up until the Silver City Garbage Association. And I remember that conversation specifically in talking with John Clark, who was head of it. What are we going to pay? $100. We'll pay it. We're not there. My folks, they're elderly, but we'll pay it, whatever, community minded. How much is such and such? Everybody's $100. How much is, but the Chapmans are paying $600 or $700 because they have these places that they rent for 2 months out of the year. And I mean, it was just a big blow brouhaha. So that's when a group of us said, well, you know what? It's an economic issue. You have to be fair about this. And there's an easy way to be fair about it. Chart it out and be fair for the use. And so we got our own dumpster. They sat side by side until the person on North Dugan, where you said ideally, complained in 2019, we don't want them. So then they were moved south, and that person didn't want them. Then they were moved west. So, where they are east, he said he didn't care about the dumpster to the MD who complained about it on the northwest side, but he cares about the dumpster that includes a Chapman. So it's just all or none, in my view.
So it sounds like you're back into a civil issue unless you put it on private property instead of putting it in the county right of way.
Well, that's right. If it's not in the county right of way, then you all don't have to be involved in this.
Well, and
nor does
then
Mr.
you
Miller.
could settle the issue easily because people would pay or do whatever if it's on.
Absolutely.
I'll just tell you, it's been a lot easier on private property to tell people what they can do with my dumpster or not. So, and those people paying for it, I think it's not a county issue. I think it's a city issue, and to simplify that, if it was me, I'd put it on the private property, and the people that were paying use it, and the people that don't, not your problem after that.
Well,
what I'm
that's
saying?
fine. I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah, and they can haul their own if they don't want to. That's what we do. Just my opinion instead of
That's right, but I think, but
right away.
my concern is in trying to deal with this community that has been at odds for the most recent future, is get them on private property so we don't have to fight about this.
Yep.
Or if they're going to involve the county, then We involve the county and we do it the right way.
I don't think it's a county issue. With dumpsters, I think you're gonna simplify it with, like I said, private property. It works for any business and it works for your households as well.
So we'll move ours to private property, and what about the other one in the county right away? It hasn't been there for very long, and it has,
Legally, it's not supposed to be there.
they couldn't produce a permit for me.
Okay.
Whether they need a permit or not, I don't know.
So do they need a permit for county right of way?
Like I said before, that's more of a question for Tracy or Jay. I don't know that the permit to occupy the right of way, we have utility permits that allow underground utilities to be put in the right of way. I don't know what state statute. That would take some research on my part or Jay or Tracy to figure out exactly what authority the county has to permit these a dumpster in the right of way. And again, you brought up the liability issues. There's snow removal, gravel maintenance. There's several issues with having immovable objects in the right of way for the county highway. So therefore,
Well, send them a letter, Joe, and just say it's in the right of way and you can't use the right of way and it needs to be on private property at this time. I mean, it simplifies the process for both sides because you can't let one do it without the other. And being in the right of way, we don't want the liability. So that maybe we need to send them a letter and say it's in the liability. I know it's been here for years, but we can't have one and not the other. It stops the fight, stops the issue in the sense that it's a liability issue.
we will do that.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I can agree with that. And then they want to come back at another time and say, now, we have talked to your state's attorney, and we're going to go ahead and try to get the commission's condolence. But for now, I would say everything goes on private property, and then the other group can come back to us at another time when they've got information to bring to us that we can make another decision, whether we accept it or not.
We will draft a letter to both parties and have dumpsters moved out of the right of way.
Okay, I do have another speaker on that too. Kevin Eilbeck.
And he's the one who had to leave for work,
okay,
so.
Okay.
So you don't have to talk about it anymore.
Oh, okay, so was he basically the same position you are? Is
He
that-
was, yeah. He was
Okay.
just going to mention he would submit the permit,
Okay,
so.
Thank you, Sarah Beth.
very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Thank you very
Anthony.
much.
Thanks, sir. 5-minute break?
5-minute break.
How about 10?
I take a motion.
10-minute break?
Is there a motion for a 10-minute break? Is that
Motion
what I've
for
got?
10-minute break.
And a
Second.
second? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Only in District 1.
Motion to go into Board of Adjustment.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for Board of Adjustment. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. Item A is variance VA 21-24 to reduce the section line setback from 58 feet to 33 feet to build a single-family residence on the subject property. The applicant is Richard and Lynn Beasley. The location is approximately 0.38 miles north of the intersection of Norseman Lane and Sheridan Lake Road. The property consists of 14.03 acres. It's currently zoned agriculture district. It is vacant of any structures. There is no special flood hazard area on the subject property. When considering variances, we look at a two-prong approach. With prong one, whether granting this variance runs counter to the public interest. Does it injure the neighborhood? No, the request does not appear to be a threat to nuisance to the neighborhood. Does it conform to the neighborhood? Yes, the request is for construction of a single-family residence. The requested use appears to conform to the neighborhood. Does it conform to the general purpose of the zoning ordinances? No, the applicant is requesting to construct a single-family residence within the 58-foot setback. The zoning ordinance requires a 58-foot setback from the section line right-of-way. Does it harm the public health, safety, or general welfare of the community? Yes, in the event the section line right-of-way is improved, the residents would abut the right-of-way. And for the second prong, whether a special condition exists to grant a variance. Does a special condition, exceptional narrowness, topography, siting, or the like exist on the property? No, the topography is wooded, sloping, and consists of 14 acres. No physical conditions exist that would warrant approval of this request. This was routed around through the interdepartmental review process. One item from County Highway was that the Highway Department is opposed to granting this section line setback variance. Staff is recommending denial as that there is no special condition on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of the Pennington County zoning ordinance, section 204. However, if the Board of Adjustment disagrees and approves this request, staff recommends 3 conditions be included.
Brittany, are the Beasleys here?
Yes.
Would the Beasleys like to speak in regard to this?
Sure, why not? It doesn't have anything to do with garbage, so.
That's in your favor.
So the interesting part of this piece of property, so yes, it is 14 acres, but it is a drainage issue. So on the west-hand side of the variance is the U.S. Forest Service, and everything else, including the Forest Service, drains into that area. There's a high spot, which is the spot that we're asking to build the house on. That is where the section line is. I talked with Joe, and it was agreed on both of us that it would not be the best interest for the county to vacate that section line. So the next best thing then was to ask for a variance. In our opinion, the variance only affects us, meaning that if there were a road that was built there, then that we are realizing that we put a house that would be close to that road, and we're willing to accept that. But the reason why we're selecting that spot and the reason why we're asking for the variance is because the knob, the high spot, which would be the best place to build a house because of the drainage, is very narrow. It's less than 100 feet.
Okay.
Mr.
Any
Chair.
questions, Mr. Beasley?
So if I understand that right, prong 2 says, does a special condition, exceptional narrowness, topography, whatnot, says the topographies, but they don't mention the drainage. So to me, that could be construed as a physical condition, couldn't it, Brittany?
It could. I did do some measurements on the topography on the topo map here, and I measured about 145 feet. And I know Mr. Wazorek has some documentation that's also in your packet, and he'd shown some other area, that there's some other buildable area on the property. I think his measurement was a little more than what mine was. But even with meeting the 58 feet, that's still 90 feet, across for a structure.
Looking at the topography map, if they did develop that section line at some point in the future, could it go beyond this particular parcel due to the topography?
So what's interesting about the section line, because it does abut Forest Service doesn't recognize that 33 feet. So any construction would have to be in that east 33 feet that is along this property.
But could you develop a section, that 33 feet going north, only having 33 feet to go on to the adjoining private property?
That would probably be a better question for Joe. It would depend on the width of the road and the requirements for the ditches.
Because we do have requirements for the road, right?
In a section line. Yes, the 24-foot.
Chairman.
Do you wish to have Joe come up to answer that?
Yeah, I totally agree that, we want to preserve our section lines, but if it's going to an area that it could never be developed because of physical constraints, then I think we need to consider that too.
So, to the north, or, let me get my bearings right. Yeah, it's to the north of this section line. Celador Ranches owns a very large chunk of acreage up there, and there's tons of acreage up there that's flat meadows that is primed for development. And I believe there's 1,800 acres there that there is a master plan that the city has and that the Celador Ranches has as far as roadways and developing that area. So it is very viable to develop that area, and it's important that section line be preserved. With that 66-foot right-of-way, you might need more right-of-way than that, depending on the topography and your inslopes of your roadway. So that's another reason that the highway department is opposed to this setback is, if at some point in maybe not even my lifetime. That's what these section lines were there for. They're for public right of way and the public to use to travel. And at some point beyond this, there might need to be more right of way. And if you reduce that setback, or the section line setback, that structure is now going to be in the way. Now you're going to put the county highway in the position to have to purchase that property to build the highway that's needed.
My only question was, is the topography conducive to even trying to develop a road in that right of way, in that 33 feet?
Photos of the property, that's along the section.
So I mean, looking at that, I haven't personally been out there. I know Norseman goes up to the top there, and judging by this picture, it's absolutely transversable to build a road. I mean, people long before us built a lot roads in a lot worse places. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Sorry.
Commissioner Laster.
My only, this area is the level part. If you actually go further, which would be north of this area, then it goes into a deep ravine and goes into the canyons. So that's my concern also with yours, Commissioner, was whether that next section, that's actually off to the east side of that knob. So it's on the back side of this knob that it actually is quite steep, and that's where the section line goes through.
So, I guess without having been through there and up there, Celador Ranches starts right here, correct?
Yes.
So as long as the section line is preserved to that, the master plan or the development for Celador Ranches in the future, that road can go off the section line to that point. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Laster.
Joe, just out of curiosity, if we needed to put a road in there to get to Salador Ranch for that future development, what would be the minimum width of that road that would need to go through there?
The minimum width?
The minimum width you would need specifically to build a road. Since we can't build it onto the Forest Service side, how much space are we going to need to build a road?
It all depends on, with looking at the topography here, and a 24-foot road top, right? So you have 3 to 1 in slopes, 4 to 1 in slopes, 2-foot ditch bottom, and a 3 to 1 back slope. And that's what you get to that 66 foot. I don't know exact numbers right off the top of my head. Maybe, Sean, do you know them off the top of your head?
But
Do
you
a
can't
quick
use
math.
the 33 feet at Forest Service.
So, I mean, you would need every bit of that.
Yeah, every bit of that 33 feet.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha. Just want to make
Chairman.
Okay, wait,
One
we
more.
do have another speaker, so I'm just trying to get any questions that anybody
Yep,
has
I'm
of
just,
Mr. Beasley.
I'm just asking Mr. Beasley. So, I went to visit the site with Mr. Beasley, and, for me, having a husband as a builder too, it is the best site for the property, and there is a lot of drainage in there where it comes down off the hills, and that kind of slopes to the east of this property. There is slopes. To the north of this property, it goes down into a ravine, kind of a big, huge drop off, not like you couldn't build anything, but your slopes are going to be pretty high on that north side to get up to here. Maybe there's an option too for Mr. Beasley in the future, maybe the down below where the drainage and where that flat spot where the drainage is, maybe that's where he can take the road so it goes around his house so he can still do his house. There could be some other options besides that. Bottom line is most of our roads are 24 feet wide. They're not 33. And like I said, how much property are you going to build up there going down onto a ravine type area? So I guess I don't see a problem with a house being on top of there with a 24-foot road, and I don't even see a 24-foot road going through there in the future. I think what's going to happen because of Forest Service on the 33-foot side, supposedly you can't build anything there, but there's open space of 33 feet right next to a 24-foot road that I'm sure a lot of times people, without sounding rude, would probably use those drainage areas and stuff in that 33 feet for some of their road.
Mr. Chair.
So
Commissioner Roskinek.
for me,
I'll
I'd
let Deb finish
like to
her.
follow up.
Yeah.
So for me, just looking at the area, visiting the site, I didn't see a problem with the house on top of there. I asked Mr. Salvador if he could find some solution so Mr. Beasley could build his house, still have that road there, because Mr. Beasley has said that he's okay with the road being there. He knows the road's going to be next to his house if there's future there of building. He's not opposed to that. If he was opposed and said, you're not building a road through there, Mr. Salvador, no matter what, I'd say, Mr. Beasley, you're not building your house there. So he's agreed to that. And he has to agree to it because that 33 feet is not his. So he doesn't have a choice. He knows he's going to build a house by the road where there might be an access. He's not vacating and he can't vacate it. So for me, there's a solution there. Let him build his house. Let him be next to the road if that's the choice. And like I said, most of the places in the hills that I've been to, I haven't seen 24-foot road going to people's places. I just haven't.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So,
I'm just looking at two items. One would be physically possible. So would it be physically possible to build a road along the west part of that parcel? But my second question would be, if they develop the larger tract to the north, do they have to have a 66-foot right-of-way if they were going to break it into smaller lots?
no.
That would be in the planning and zoning regs there.
I was going to ask Brittany that.
But as far as building a road, I mean, Sheridan Lake Road, we just we put 80 foot of fill and built a road over the top of those ravines, right? There's a reason back in the wagon train days they went around. But in today's technology, I mean, we can build a road a lot of places that you couldn't 100 years ago. But now with the technology that we have, we can pretty much build a road anywhere.
Well, when you only got 33 feet to work with and what I call adverse topography, it does have to have some financial, it's got to be financially feasible. But
right.
Then I go to the fiscally or legally possible if they wanted to use that for access to the north relative to emergency vehicles and stuff. Does that have to be a 66-foot right-of-way if they subdivided it in the future?
If they subdivided it, that's actually in the city's platting jurisdiction. The city, for that kind of density, which would be like the Red Rocks community, I'm guessing it'd be those homes, like a medium density residential or suburban residential. They would require, I think, city sometimes is 66 to 80 feet, depending upon. This is actually general agriculture. So we do require, I think it's 40 foot for an easement. But 66 foot right of way in the 24-foot road. So
Chairman, it would stay 33 feet on one side no matter what because it's forest. And then it'd have another, 33 on this side. So there's still possibilities there. Just because you said you can't build in forest, if the city needed it or they needed a bigger access, there's still open space of 33 feet on the other side. So.
Any other questions, Mr. Beasley?
Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Just a thought. I know Mr. Beasley's going for a zero setback, but maybe there's a solution in going to a 15 or a 10-foot setback or a 48-foot setback, whatever that number is, instead of a 0-foot setback. That way, there's no possibility of your house being right on top of that road. And we just went through this on Old Hill City Road. We had to have somebody cut off a deck, right, because they were in the right-of-way. A couple years ago, and we've run into this issue prior. So maybe that's a solution for the commission is to go to a 40-foot setback off the section line or a 48-foot section line, 43-foot setback. So.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mr. Beasley. I'm going to call on Tal Wazorek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commission. On behalf of Cellular Ranches, I'm Talbot Wazorek with Gunderson Palmer. Having listened to the discussion, I'd like to start with the premise that you're approaching the standard all wrong. The standard isn't whether this is buildable today as a road. The standard isn't whether Cellular could do something different. The standard is whether Beasley's need this or whether it's just a matter of money. And I'll just tell you, there's nothing here showing you, this is a blanket request for a variance a zero setback off of a road for that section line. There's no definition of what's going to be built. There's no discussion of what the drainage does. There's no engineer that's looked at the drainage. There's no other alternative sites that's been looked at. I perfectly understand the Beasleys going out and looking at, hey, here's a really nice spot to build. I'd love to build in this spot. But that's not the test. The test is whether there's some unusual item that makes this entire lot unbuildable without the setback, with the changing of the variance. And if you look at this, I did just rough diagrams, and as some of you know, I've worked in planning before. I've worked with a lot of engineers. I've seen a lot of construction, worked with a lot of construction. I understand Commissioner Hadcock's position that it's easier to build in some of these spots. No question. But if the standard is simply going to be, is that where they want to build and you have to give them a variance if it's easier to build, then everybody gets a variance. Then there shouldn't even be a rule. This is somebody who's requesting a zero setback from the right-of-way. And that is incredibly unusual in a county situation. Incredibly unusual. Even the map that just planning put up there, where they show you have 145 feet just within that 20-foot change. So that's not that bad of a slope. We build on a lot worse slopes in this area. There's no dispute. Beasleys don't dispute that distance is there. So if you take away the 58 feet, they still have over 90 feet to put their house in that one area. And I would leave it to you, if you look at this terrain, on the southern point, there's also areas that they could build coming in on the southern point if they went to the south, close to the south line. And they wouldn't have as large a setback there because there's not a section line there. Everybody wants to build their house in the optimal place on the lot. But again, that's not the standard. And going to Mr. Roskinick's comments, one of the things I would say is the difficulty with what you're trying to talk today, is it buildable? Well, if you decide today it's not buildable, then can Cellular come in tomorrow and say, okay, then show me where my section line is through there. Declare where that section line goes through there. Because you just told me it's unbuildable. And so that gets us into a tough remark where we've not studied it, we've not looked at it. As to the distance of it, part of the problem, and I think I even said this in my letter, if I know Ms. Hadcock's had the pleasure of talking to Mr. Borgmeyer before, and Bob's is very attached to this land. I mean, he's been in his family a long time. They didn't ask for the development, but it's coming, and there's no stopping it. For that reason, he feels it's necessary to try to protect these section lines. This section line is going to be important in the future, not necessarily as a primary access, but probably a secondary access or an emergency access point. There's access over Press John now. There's a couple spots where their land touches Sheridan Lake Road, but it's quite a ways away from this. And to take away that access, I mean, you can say, well, we're not really taking away because we're going to let this guy build his house right on the line where your road's going to be. And Dr. Beasley can say, look, we understand that, but we all know that 10 years from now when he has a beautiful house there and somebody's trying to put a section line there, there's going to be a lot of, I guess I can say hell to pay here, can't I? Hell to pay, that he's going to raise a lot of ruckus. This is going to destroy his house, going to destroy his value, going to impact all, going to be dust. Because, I remember when Fort Meade Way got put in Pennington County, and people had built right close to the section line, and they still complain today of the dust. Yet they built right next to the section line. They still raise issues. That issue keeps coming up. So, I think this beautiful piece of ground, I think where he wants to build makes perfect sense. Does it justify a variance? No, because he's got the room to build even in that spot. He can design the house. Has he shown he's entitled to a variance? He hasn't even come close. At a minimum, I would expect if somebody came in for a variance, you'd have a preliminary design where a house is going to be, why it needs to be there, and probably some preliminary design of why the drainage actually forces you into that location. Dr. Beasley saw a great spot, wants to build in a great spot. And basically at the zero setback, wants to make that section line essentially unusable.
Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock.
Couple of things, Talbot, is money that goes both ways, Salvador and Beasley. Costs you more money in both cases. The road there, I think there's a better solution where the road should be. He can still develop for the future on his land with that road, even with a 0% or zero setback on it. To me, seeing it over and over again, it's not unusual. I think for that to happen, it's happened over and over again. If it's close to major arterials, I'm not in favor of it. I don't see this being a major arterial. And the city, I was on the city council, they had major arterials and section lines everywhere where they were vacated, and then those roads had to be moved somewhere else. Based on the development that is around there, again, I don't know if that's a proper place to put that road in the first place. So I'm not an engineer, but I've seen it over and over again. You're going down a slope, up a hill, and down the hill. I mean, how much does that cost you, and what are the slopes? Because that road is on a slope, and he's on the top of it with his house, which to me makes more sense than putting him in the other areas where there is drainage coming off. So if I was putting a house, and again, I have a builder for a husband, it seems like the best possible area to put one. And again, if he knows he's going to have road there, Mr. Talbot, he knows what's coming next. But I guess that's his land next to it. He doesn't have a choice but to have a section line on his land. But again, you're going to take a road, and it's going to be the cost of the developer as well. You're going to take a road down, up a slope, down a slope, and I don't believe that's going to be the best place for Mr. Borgmeyer to find accessibility. If it is, maybe I'm wrong, but there's got to be an easier way than taking it on that section line on that kind of slope on top of the hill. Brittany said it's like those slopes there, and why would you pick it? From building houses, I wouldn't pick it in the other areas because all those drainage areas, if you looked at that land and you saw that place where that kind of flat spots were, those flat spots are created by drainage. So he's going to build on the side of each side of that drainage coming off a hill, one side or another, or is he going to build on the top where he has least resistance? So we looked at some land and we did the same thing. We looked at some land in Rushmore Ranch. We'd have built on the top. We wouldn't have built in those drainage areas. We could have had a lot of building area in those different areas, but the best possible from building and seeing what happens to people's houses and the different things. Again, nothing's easier, and I don't think it's easy for him to put that house on top of that hill either.
Mr. Chair.
So land rights, money on both sides, and a crazy place to put a road. I think he's entitled to put his house where he needs to and still ensure that there is a road that can be built there if it's possible in the future.
Any response you wanted to make?
The only response I'd make is I appreciate Commissioner, the points the Commissioner made. But again, the discussion was about cost and money. Well, that's not the standard. And that's not the standard, because if anybody can just come in here and says, it's cheaper for me to build here if you give me a variance than for me to move it over 10 feet, that's not the standard, or everybody can make that argument. And it's not our requirement at this point or juncture to show that how we're going to build that road. I mean, if that's going to be the standard that you're entitled to variance list, people on the land around you come in and design a road, that's not the standard. And again, finally, I understand where he wants to put the house, and I understand, but the room exists without giving the variance.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So Talbot, I'm just playing the devil's advocate, trying to look at both sides fairly. And looking at this, if there was not a letter of opposition, that would probably lean, I could probably go either way on this, but obviously your client has put some time and effort into this, and it would help me to make a decision if there had been some engineered drawings or just something to give me some guidance what this home was going to look like and where it was going to go. So I'm kind of, leaning, I totally appreciate what you're saying, and probably the direction I'm going to go. Just because if there had been more information where I knew that that I really felt that there wasn't room to go any other area, that's one thing. But like you said, there's no drawings to gauge that by.
Any further questions of Mr.
Chairman.
Wazorek?
One more question. What house and what area before a building permit do we have all that information put forth to us this early? I don't think I've seen any of them. So that's usually not put forth until you go for the building permit, till he knows exactly where his house is and that engineering and the drainage. We have not had anybody do that at this point on variance to build a house or even to think about a house. So I think that's pretty unfair to ask this applicant to do all that when we have never done that to anybody else that was just going to look in an area to build a house. So when that building permit comes up, I understand that, but right now that's pretty unfair.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Mr. Chairman, so a couple things stick out to me in this situation. One is, as I've heard of some of the dust complaints in the hills, in Ron's and Commissioner Roskinick's area, because they're kind of close to the road, this kind of makes me think that if we allow this road to be built, if we allow the house to be built next to the road, well, Mr. Beasley says it's okay. If they decide to sell it in the future, then what are we setting ourselves up for in the future for complaints of a house being so close to a potentially dirt road and all the stuff that comes with that, with ATVs and things of that nature. So that's my first concern of this, is I get it, Mr. Beasley, you say it's fine, but if your family decided to sell it or something of that nature, then long-term, what are we looking at as complaints for the dust and stuff of that nature? But the other thing is that leading me right now not to approve this, and just in my thought process, most people, when they come for a variance, they have the reason for the variance. In other words, if they don't have a backyard because they have a shear cliff, they've got the evidence right there to say, there's a shear cliff here, I can't build it in my backyard, so I have to use a side yard, even though the ordinance says I can't put it in my backyard, or even can't put it in my side yard. This, you're telling us, is because of drainage. I don't see a drainage study that says that the drainage is not going to go where you want it to be, or it may impact it or not. And so that's why if I don't see that, when you're telling me that that's the mitigating factor, that you'd like to put it there because of the drainage, that's the variance reason. I would like to see a drainage study at a minimum to say that, yes, where you're wanting to put it is not going to be impacted by the drainage. I guess to me, that would solidify your claim that the drainage is going to impact you placing it where you need to place it.
Further questions from Mr. Wazorek?
So Chairman, do we need to continue this so he gets a drainage study or get some reasons why he believes that this is the best and proper way for put his house? Mr. Beasley, would you like to continue this to look at some of those studies?
I would.
Okay.
I'd move to continue.
Second.
Okay, the motion is to continue. There's no definite continuous date, or you
2
leaving
weeks
that
is
open?
fine. 2 weeks?
2 weeks will be fine? Okay.
Got a motion and a second to continue for 2 weeks. Just point out, I think this one's been continued previously also, so.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
would it be
Roskinek.
okay if I did a personal inspection? It's really hard to make decisions without actually going to the property and taking a look.
I'd encourage it.
I think that's up to Mr. Beasley if he.
That'd be fine with me.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Encourage you.
Okay.
Got a motion and a second for the discussion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Morning, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, Deputy Planning Director. Agenda item B is variance 21-25 to allow a vacation home rental to be located in a floodway. The applicants are Cheryl and Roger Rowe. The location of the property is 7130 Dark Canyon Road, which is approximately 1.5 miles west of the intersection of Dark Canyon Road and West Highway 44. Property is 2.19 acres. It is forested in Creekside, currently zoned agriculture district. Access is off of Dark Canyon Road, and there is floodway on the property. When basing our decisions on whether to recommend approval or denial of a variance, we do look at two prongs. Prong one determines whether granting a variance runs counter to the public interest. Those findings are on the screen. I'll read staff's responses. Starting with number one, does it injure the neighborhood? Staff found no. The request does not appear to be a threat of nuisance to the neighborhood. Number two, does it conform to the neighborhood? Yes. Residential structures are common throughout this area. The majority of the structures in that area are legal non-conforming as they were placed in the floodway prior to the current FEMA designations. Therefore, the existing structure does conform to the neighborhood. Number three, does it conform to the general purpose of the zoning ordinances? Staff found no. The applicant is requesting to utilize an existing residence as a vacation home rental within the regulated FEMA floodway. This use is prohibited by the zoning ordinance. Number five, does it harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community? Staff found yes. The structure has a history of being damaged by flooding. Due to its placement in 1925, it is considered legal non-conforming and does not meet current FEMA regulations or requirements. There is safety concern with anyone occupying the structure. This is a risk the property owner may assume by utilizing the structure, but not one short-term renter should be exposed to. Prong two determines whether special conditions exist to grant the variance. Staff found yes, there is a special condition on the property. Topography is a special condition that exists on the property. The subject property is located within a canyon alongside a flood-prone waterway, which is Rapid Creek. 1A, if a special condition exists, does enforcing the ordinance create an unnecessary hardship? Staff found no. Enforcing the ordinance is in the best interest of public safety, and staff does not feel denying this request will create an unnecessary hardship. 1B, if a special circumstance exists, does granting the variance observe the ordinance's spirit while doing substantial justice? Staff found no. Granting the request would be in opposition to the ordinance spirit and would not do justice to the community. The property history, you see on the map here I have on the screen, the red hatching where the existing structure is located is 100% within the floodway. There's a steep canyon to the north of the property. The property does contain a single-family residence built in 1925 and does have an existing on-site wastewater treatment system approved by the city. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. The county floodplain manager did come back with opposition to this request. Staff's analysis of the request is that Pennington County zoning ordinance prohibits vacation home rentals within the floodway. Staff did conduct a site visit and verified the residence was located 100% within the FEMA regulated floodway. Staff has received 4 letters of opposition from neighboring property owners and 1 in favor. With that, staff recommends denial. Although special condition does exist on the property, literal enforcement of Pennington County zoning ordinance 319 is in the best interest of public safety. However, if the board does disagree, staff recommends 2 conditions be included.
So Chairman,
Right.
just one question. Can we allow then, since the ordinance doesn't allow it, or is that why you have the variance, to have a vacation home rental in a floodway? Or do we have other ones in the floodway?
We do not have any other ones in the floodway that I'm aware of.
Just wondering, sorry, Chairman.
Do you have the Cheryl and Roger Rowe here?
Yes, they are in the audience if you have questions.
Would you like to speak on it?
I'm Cheryl.
Cheryl Rowe, 7950 Dark Canyon Road. So, little history on this house. It is the original house that was built in Dark Canyon, so it's been there since 1925. It survived the flood. It was not one of the properties, like many in Pennington County and the city, that were knocked off of their foundations and put back on. The man who built it, Mr. Lockhart, evidently knew where to build, but even though it's in the floodway, the water does whip around that area. So I think he kind of knew, not that 72 would happen. Also,
I'm surprised to hear that we had opposition because we talked to the direct neighbors and they did not oppose it, the ones that are actually right next to us. So, and really there's nobody else that's close by. So if it wasn't Garuba or Cherry that opposed it, there's really nobody else that lives in that vicinity. It's a really, we wanted to do this because everybody that came to see the place, because we've been working on it for 3 years, and, said, "Man, you should rent this out. You know, you should do the Airbnb thing because it's just perfect." And then what makes it so nice is that it is right next to the creek. People can cool off, they can lay in the hammock, enjoy it. And we live up the road. So if there was a fire or a potential flooding, we're going to leave and we're going to make sure anybody who's living in that house or renting that house, whether it be short term or long term, is out of there. So I'm not sure what the opposition was, but like I said, if it wasn't the immediate neighbors, I would question that opposition.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Sure, I think you answered a lot of questions that I had right off the bat. I mean, you're living right down the street, and this
Yeah,
is
we live
second-
right up the.
and this happens. I mean, you talk to your neighbors, nobody in opposition, then you come here, and all of a sudden there's a bunch of them. They don't want to confront you one-on-one. That happens. But my personal thinking on this is I think this is one of those loopholes in our ordinances when we say floodplain, not to build in one, not that this was pre-existing. This house has been there for years, since 1925. I don't think this was one of the things they were come across their mind when they were doing. I mean, Deb, you were on the committee. It was more or less don't build in the floodway or floodplain. We're not going to allow one in there, one way or another.
And I totally get that.
Yeah, and as far as the safety, like I said, you're right down
I'm
the
going to
street.
tell them. I'm going to tell them. Watch out for fire. You know, fire, flood, rattlesnakes. They're more likely to come across a rattlesnake than or a mountain lion.
But
So yeah, it's.
See, and another part of my thought process on this is we have concern with the fairgrounds too with the floodway. Technology from 1972 to 2021 is a 200% difference as far as warnings and preventions and so forth and so. But I just think in this case, I think the conditional use permit is appropriate. I really do.
Chairman.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Ms. Cheryl, so, he's been very nice. Because the rules and regs say no vacation home rental in a floodway, and we haven't had any others besides yours, I'm gonna have a hard time.
Oh, yippee, I'm first.
But it doesn't mean you can't rent it out.
Exactly.
It means you can't rent it as an Airbnb. So we're not making you so you still can't rent that property. It just says you can't rent it as an Airbnb. I'm not against Airbnbs. In fact, I don't mind them at all. I just helped with the rules and regulations for Airbnbs, and those came about, and I said I would follow them as much as possible. And in this case, for a floodway, and it's in there, I'm going to have to follow those rules and regs on this one. But again, I know things have changed since this was built. I know the 72 flood, so I'd like to find a way in one sense to let you do it there, and the other just because you're you live down the street. If a flood comes, it's not going to help them at all because you'll be with them.
We're gonna we're gonna make sure all of our neighbors are out.
Right.
You know. Yeah.
Right, and
On the
I
way out.
truly believe you do that.
Yes.
But I also believe you can rent it out without having an Airbnb on that floodway. So
Right.
if you couldn't use any use of the property or something that you couldn't still make that money, I'd have a little bit more issue. But I probably will go against it this time, Ms. Cheryl, unless somebody else convinces me otherwise.
I too am going to have to, because of the floodplain, I'm going to have to not be able to support this. In addition to that, we do have opposition to it, and I have two emails or letters here in front of me expressing that opposition.
Can I
And
ask
so-
if they were direct neighbors?
I don't know if they're direct neighbors. They apparently
Are
live.
they people that actually live there or
Apparently
just
live in
own
your
property?
neighborhood. They are, I have one from Vera Cole, K-O-W-A-L, and I have another one from Dale Bachwich.
Those are adjacent property owners to the
Okay.
north.
I don't remember those names on the list.
Adjacent properties here just to the north, up on top
So
of the
they're up
hill.
on top on 44?
Further discussion?
I don't see, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm in agreement the same way. The floodway, that's probably the biggest concern, and knowing that we don't have any that are approved in a floodway currently, and it was written in the ordinance. The ordinance was written, obviously, after the 1972 flood. They addressed the floodway in that ordinance for the very specific reason, most likely because of it being individuals not familiar with the area or familiar with what goes on around here or what can happen. So with the opposition emails that I've got here and the fact that it is in a floodway, I think I'm kind of leaning against it as well.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ross Garnett.
Cheryl, I normally lean towards the taxpayer. I mean, that's just the way I roll. But,
You know, I'd love to make a little money on this property so
Well,
I
I
can pay
understand.
my taxes,
but,
which are going up.
You still
I
can.
realize that people,
Exponentially.
homes and real estate sell, and you're not always going to be there. And this decision we make today, it's going to be long-standing. It's all about safety to me. So I'm sure it's a beautiful place, and I hope you can do well month to month or year to year. But I just have to kind of lean towards the planning and zoning department on this one.
Is there a motion?
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
just one comment. When we talk about vacational rentals, I mean, they call them short term because they're 3-4 days. I've been to places where there is no, they say they don't allow vacation home rentals, but yet, as long as you have a 2-week minimum stay, it's okay through their ordinances and so forth. I don't know if that's the case here. I don't know if we've actually ever defined what is actual short-term, long-term rentals. You know, if it's over 30 days, 2 weeks, a week, do we have those? Jason, do you have a date
I don't
for
believe that
what,
is, I don't
what
believe
they
that is
consider an
defined.
Airbnb just because it's advertised on there? Does that make it a short-term rental? Short-term being 2-3 days?
I believe it is the use. If you don't have a signed lease in place, I think that's what creates the short-term rental
Okay, so
versus
that's-
long-term.
That's prime example because I know there's a place that I rented in Florida that's a lease. You had to sign a lease for their board to do.
That's not the way ours is, though.
We don't have one. That's what I'm getting at. What is short-term and long-term? Just for my clarification, sorry.
Chairman,
Is there a motion?
no, just one more thought.
I have a question.
Hold
I have
on,
a
Ms. Cheryl.
question.
One second.
So, can you tell me, can you
Go ahead,
tell
Michelle.
me if I had a lease for 3 months, would that be considered short-term? Or is that a long-term if I had a lease for a month or 3 months? Or what that,
I believe if you have a signed lease, that would qualify as a long-term.
Yep.
More or less, that would, like I talked to you about when we were up there during the site visit, that if you had a long-term lease, that's gonna have in there the hazards of the floodway. The people are gonna be notified that way in writing that those hazards exist.
So basically, Ms. Cheryl, you're not turning into a hotel with an Airbnb. You're going to rent it. That was what I was trying to tell you. You're going to rent it out as a lease, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, so you could still make your money on it. You're just not going to rent it as an Airbnb.
I get that. And you're probably saving me a whole lot of work.
Well,
Right?
we're
Because I'll just
trying to-
rent it out.
We're trying to give you a little bit of a hint.
But
that
is
you
it-
can rent it out and not have to go Airbnb through the state, that kind of
Right,
thing.
right.
Because we have rentals, I have rentals, And I don't rent them out as Airbnbs, but I rent them out every 3 months, 6 months, a year, whatever. Get a lease sign. You're still going to make your money. You're still going to do what you want to do. You just can't do it every 2 weeks or switch people. Kind of Airbnbs remind me of motels, hotels kind of things.
I just wonder, though, in the future, like okay, so if the whole floodway thing is a no-no just because of the floodway, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, it wouldn't make any difference in my mind whether somebody was there for a week or somebody was there for 3 months.
Except the rules that we have in the county.
Exactly.
Right.
But I'm just saying that there is no difference there.
If I was staying there 3
As far
months,
as safety goes.
but if I was staying there a week, I might have more information and once I've stayed there for 3 months and really get what the property's about more than I would a week, Miss Cheryl. So does that make sense? So like I said, motel, hotel, you just checked is a nice place. Do I like the way it looks? That kind of thing. When I'm going into living some space, I'm going to be in a canyon, that kind of thing. You're going to probably research a little bit and then the cost. So again, we're not saying you can't rent it out. You just can't rent it out as an Airbnb. And like you said, it'll probably save you a lot more time and energy in the first place.
True.
And you're not in the floodway against the rules and regs of the county that way either.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Cheryl.
Fair enough. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Is there a motion? I'll make a motion that we deny variance VA 21-25.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
One dissent. Commissioner LaCroy. Motion carried. Item C.
Agenda item C is variance 21-26 to reduce a rear yard setback in an agricultural district from 25 feet to 6 feet. The applicant is Michael Chavez. The property owner is Peter Spitzeri. Location is 12976 Bogus Gym Road, which is approximately 1.5 miles west of the intersection of Bogus Gym Road and Norris Peak Road. Property is 10 acres. It is flat, zoned agriculture district. Access is off Bogus Gym Road, and flood hazard area on the property is unstudied, zone D. Again, staff takes a two-prong approach when determining whether to recommend approval or denial of a variance. Prong one is on the screen. It determines whether granting a variance runs counter to the public interest. I'll read staff's responses. Starting with number one, does it injure the neighborhood? Staff found no. The request does not appear to be a threat of nuisance to the neighborhood. Number two, does it conform to the neighborhood? Staff found yes. Accessory structures are common throughout the neighborhood. The requested use conforms to the neighborhood. Number three, does it conform to the general purpose of the zoning ordinance? Staff found no. The existing pole barn and lean-to structures were constructed approximately 6 to 7 feet from the rear property line without building permits. The zoning ordinance requires building permits to be obtained prior to construction and a 25-foot setback from all property lines in an agricultural district. Number five, does it harm the public safety, health, or general welfare? Staff found no. The structures do not appear to harm public health, safety, or general welfare of the community. And prong two determines whether special conditions exist to grant a variance. I'll read staff's responses again, starting with number one. Does a special condition, exceptional narrowness, topography, siting, or the like exist on the property? Staff found no. The subject property is 10 acres and the topography is flat and sloping. No physical conditions exist that would warrant approval of this request. Property history, there is a single-family residence built in 1990, and property does contain the 17 by 22 foot tool shed that we're talking about today, as well as a 10 by 16 foot lean-to structure. And no building permit again was drawn for either of those structures. There is an on-site wastewater treatment system, as well as a county ordinance violation for both of those structures that we're talking about now. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review, and there were no objections or concerns received. Staff's analysis of the request is that the minimum setbacks per the zoning ordinance for a minimum front side and rear lot setbacks in an agricultural district is 25 feet. On July 27th of 2000, the subject property was platted into the current subdivision. In October 29th, 2018, county ordinance violation case was opened on the subject property for the two structures that were built within the setbacks, and the county ordinance officers have been actively tracking this violation since it was opened. January 11th of this year, a final notice was sent to the property owner for the violation. July of this year, the applicant, Mike Chavez, requested this variance to bring the property into compliance. The property appears to have ample space to place these two structures without requiring a variance. If building permits were obtained prior to the construction of these buildings, the applicant would have been made aware of the 25-foot setbacks. And with that, staff recommends denial as there's no special conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of Pennington County Zoning Ordinance Section 205. However, if the Board of Adjustment disagrees and approves the request, staff recommends two conditions be included.
So Jason, on the lean-to, the lean-to is onto the, which building?
It's actually a separate structure, so I have photos on the screen for you. So you got the existing single-family residence to the left. The two structures in question is here to the right. I have some closer views. They are two separate structures.
Oh, the lean-to is not attached.
Lean-to is not attached.
Okay.
That's correct.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
sorry. So, it says the single-family residence was built in 1990. How about the shed and the lean-to?
Those were constructed in 2018.
2018, okay, sorry.
I believe Department of Equalization went out and found those and then reported those to the Planning and Zoning Office, and at that point, we discovered that we did not have building permits for either of those structures.
So,
So the lean-to is also a pole setting? Is that what I'm looking at?
Yep, so if you look at it here to the right, that's the, this is actually a better picture of the lean-to.
Okay.
how much did you fine them?
I don't believe they've been fined yet at all. They need to come in and apply for the building permits and pay the penalty fees.
Okay, so once they build do the building permit, how much is that? And then the fines are how much?
It's double the building permit fee.
Which is, probably as much as that. Lean-to's probably worth a few $100. So,
Lean-to is the same as the shed, so that's probably
And how
about
much-
$100 altogether.
and how much was the variance?
$420.
Mr. Chair,
I'm thinking between the variances and the fines they'll pay for those lean-tos being on those right-of-ways, just my opinion.
Commissioner Roskinek.
I don't have a problem with the approval of this, and I'll mention a few reasons. Number one is just the real setting that this is in. No letters of opposition, and the insignificance without actually being there, but neither one of these structures look like they got a lot of longevity. And they're existing structures, that as long as fines are paid and the variance is paid, I don't have a problem with it.
I don't either.
Make a motion.
Move approval.
Got a motion from Commissioner Hadcock to
Second.
approve. Second by Commissioner LaCroy.
Oh, move approval based on, where's your prongs?
Two conditions.
Two conditions.
Further discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item D.
Apologize, my computer is slow today. Agenda item D is variance 21-27 to reduce a minimum required lot size from 10 acres to 9.52 acres in an agricultural district. The applicant and landowner is Jason Krebsbach. Location of the property is near 22751 151st Avenue, south of the intersection of Highway 1416 and 151st Avenue. Property again is 9.52 acres, currently zoned agriculture district. It is vacant. Access is off of 151st Avenue, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. Staff does use a two-prong approach when considering variances. The first prong, apologize, I don't have those on the screen for you, but I'll read them to you. Whether granting a variance runs counter to the public interest. Starting with number one, does it injure the neighborhood? Staff found no. The request is not a blight on the neighborhood and does not appear to be a threat of nuisance. Number two, does it conform to the neighborhood? Staff found yes. Subject property is zoned agriculture district. The surrounding properties are zoned agriculture district with lot sizes under 10 acres with residential and agricultural uses. There are 2 lots in the area that are zoned agriculture district and that are 5 acres in size. Number 3, does it conform to the general purpose of the zoning ordinance? Staff found no. The zoning ordinance requires a 10-acre minimum lot size in a general or in an agriculture district. Number 4, does it conform to the comprehensive plan? Staff found yes. The current comprehensive plan identifies the property as agriculture district, which requires a 10-acre minimum lot size. And lastly, number 5, does it harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community? Staff found no. Lot size does not harm public safety, health, or general welfare of the community. However, granting this variance would grant an agricultural use or agricultural uses on a lot under the required lot size. Prong 2 determines whether special conditions exist to grant the variance. Number 1, does a special condition exist? Staff found no. Exceptional narrowness, topography, siting of the like does not affect the zoning or lot size of this property. Property history is that it's vacant of any structures or utilities. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review and there were no objections or concerns received. Staff's analysis of the request is that the subject property was platted through the city of Box Elder. The plat has already been filed at the Register of Deeds office, and the applicant has applied for a variance to bring the property into compliance so that a building permit can be drawn through our office.
Jason.
Staff recommends denial as there are no special conditions that exist to grant the variance request, and the applicant could rezone and meet the ordinance's requirements.
Chairman.
So Jason, as we look at this, when we look at that little rise on that line, yeah, what is that, do you?
I would have to go review the plat. This was actually one of Cody's staff reports, so I didn't get too far into the weeds on this. If you'd like, I can definitely.
Well, it looks to me like if that had closed up, you probably would have had the 10 acres there.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah, because you had 20 acres right there.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
I'm going to move approval based on the ordinance in the spirit of creating substantial justice based on there's no blight, it's not a threat of a nuisance, and there's no problem with the harming the public safety, health, and welfare of the community from this.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second for the discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
just a quick question for you, Jason. So why do they choose to ask for a variance rather than rezone?
That's a good question. I don't think the applicant is in the audience. Oh, there he is.
I haven't really done any of these, so you know what's the right way to go. And that little arch.
Just identify yourself and.
Yeah.
Your name, sir?
Jason Kresbach. Sorry.
Okay.
That little arch, that's my septic system, and that my lot is exactly 10, and that's all I got left. That lot ended up being 19.77 after I did the survey to it, not quite 20. And I'm just trying to divide it in half to sell half it to my dad to build a house.
Okay.
And I went through all steps with Box Elder, and I didn't know that this was going to be an issue as well.
Okay. So Commissioner Lassiter had a question.
Yeah, I was going to say, my main question is why rezone versus, or why variance versus just a rezone?
Like I said, I didn't have any research. I asked the lady in the office, and they're like, they said they couldn't tell me which way was the better way to go. And I figured the variance, since it was close enough, and then also that there are other properties there that are all under that 10 acres too. They're still zoned the same way.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item E.
And we have Cody on the phone. He's going to go ahead and present this one for you.
Okay. Go ahead,
Can
Cody.
you guys hear? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So item E is subdivision regulation variance SV 21-16. It is to waive the requirements not to construct additional water storage for domestic use and fire protection requirements. The applicant and landowner is Brian and Michelle Lindsay. Location of the property is south of the intersection of Abigail Drive and Eleanor Drive. Access is off Eleanor Drive. The size of the lot is 3.07 acres in zone plan unit development. Existing land use is vacant. When approving variances, we take a two-pronged approach. For prong number one, whether granting the variance runs counter to public interest. I'll read the responses. Number one, does it injure the neighborhood? Yes, the request is not a blight on the neighborhood and does not appear to be a threat or nuisance, but if fire occurs, the undersized water storage could affect the ability to stop the spread onto neighboring properties. Also, the Southern Hills Water District only has water hookups for 7 lots within Mountain Meadow subdivision. If water storage is not outed, 4 lots within the subdivision would require individual wells. Number 2, does it conform to the neighborhood? Yes, the subject property is on plan unit development with 3.07 acres and matches their surrounding zoning and lot sizes in the area. The applicants wish to place a single family residence on the property, a use by right in the plan unit development. Number 3, does it conform to the general purpose of subdivision regulations? No. Under subdivision regulations, a subdivision of 15 or more lots must be served by a central water system. Mountain Meadow subdivision is connected to Rushmore Ranch Estates water system. Plat note number 13 for Mountain Meadow states that after 65 building permits have been issued between the two subdivisions, that surety for the additional water storage is required. For number 4, does it conform to the comprehensive currently in place, the current and future land uses of planned unit development? And number 5, does it harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community? Yes, inadequate water storage has the potential to inhibit the ability to fight a fire that would in turn affect public safety. Also, inadequate water storage could affect surrounding property access to water. And prong number 2, whether a special condition exists to grant a variance. The answer is no. No special condition exists that would prevent additional water storage. Property history, the plat vacation of plat VP 21-04 to vacate plat notes 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, and 14 for lot 1, block 3 of Mountain Meadow subdivision. That request was heard on August 3rd, 2021 Board of Commissioners meeting, and that was approved to vacate notes 7, 9, 12, and 13, and 14. This was routed around for interdepartment review. Battle Creek Fire District recommends that at a minimum state codes be followed. This was heard before the board on July 20th, 2021, where the board did approve the request or approve the variance. However, the applicants failed to send their notice letters that are required to be sent. So a new hearing had to be scheduled. So that's what we're doing today. Staff recommends denial of subdivision regulation variance SB 21-16, as there's no special conditions that exist on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of subdivision regulations, sections 500.7 and 700. If the board disagrees and decides to approve this request, staff would add one condition, and that the condition only that this variance only applies to lot 1, block 3 of Mountain Meadow subdivision.
So Cody, is there anything unusual about this or different than the previous one that we approved? Not for the Lindsay's, I don't remember what the name was on that one, but anything different on this one?
No, they're requesting the same as the Schmitz and the Sodders requested.
Yeah, okay.
And again, the Board of Commissioners approved this variance on July 20th. The applicants just didn't send their notice letters, which is a requirement.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Roskinek.
move to approve.
Got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Commissioner LaCroix. Any further discussion?
I was going to read the rest of the motion.
Go ahead.
With one condition based upon the following findings. The special condition involves an intangible hardship in the form of property rights more so than physical hardship in this particular case. The hardship involves the owner's property rights or loss thereof. It is my opinion that the applicants or owners of Lot 1, Block 3 of Mountain Meadow subdivision are simply victims of a land developer that never fulfilled their obligations to provide adequate water storage for Mountain Meadow subdivision. In my opinion, by not approving the variance, the owners are not allowed to fully maximize their recently purchased residential lot that I assume they purchased in good faith, thinking that a building permit could easily be obtained without developing 60, 120,000 gallons of additional water storage. Second prong, yes, they cannot maximize the use of their 3-acre residential lot as originally planned, thus impeding their property rights. Ordinances are needed to protect the property rights of Pennington County taxpayers. By granting this variance, I suggest property rights have been addressed and substantial justice has been executed.
Chairman.
Excluding the opinions, is that your second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeez.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So they're having to do what we said last time, am I correct with his motion?
Yep.
Meaning about the fire sprinkler and all that, they still have to do that
Correct.
through all that speech? Thank you,
Okay.
Ron.
Any further discussion?
Get it next time.
You're
Yes.
fine.
The public?
Actually, I'm the mother of Michelle Lindsay.
Okay,
I have a couple questions.
okay.
My name is Virginia Wharton. I live at 13636 Twisted Oak Trails in Keystone. We encouraged our daughter to buy close to us. And after the purchase, we found out about all this water issue and everything. And so I guess my question to you is, there was no HOA formed, as they were told. And so that's where that's why you're getting all these variances and stuff, because the HOA is not there. So there's no one there to protect their assets as far as an HOA is concerned. My question is, do they have to form an HOA? And how do they do that with this subdivision now?
I don't think that would have been any requirement that would have been put on by the county.
Okay,
That would have been something that the developer probably indicated that he was going to do.
and he didn't do it and it never got filed.
And so that brings it back to a civil matter for
Okay.
those that have obtained the property at this point in time.
Because obviously it's been a hardship and she didn't understand and didn't know. And my understanding is that they're trying to get the variances waived on the plat. Do you know anything about that?
Jason, do you know anything?
Jason or Megan, maybe.
Trying to take the notes off the plat.
So I've done some research on whether
Identify yourself, Megan.
Megan Kruger with the State's Attorney's Office. So I've done some research, some preliminary. It was brought to my attention that Mr. Ross Connect had wanted some research done on that on Friday. I've done just some very preliminary research, and it's looking like the only way under 11.3 that it can be done is if all of the property owners under that plat agree. Because they all have to sign the new plat, they all have to agree to vacate the plat, and then it will have to be replatted. And that would also require them to comply with all of the requirements of 11.3, which would likely require them to have to hire an agent to do that replatting for them. So it would likely be pretty significantly costly, whereas the variance is only going to cost you, I think, $400 or $500, where that replatting can be, as you all know, around 10 grand. So,
Really?
So I guess what you're saying is don't lose the letter.
Make the speech shorter.
yeah, just on the preliminary research that I've done, and if you would all like me to write you a confidential memo, I can do that, explaining my legal reasoning. But as far as I can see, from 11.3, which is the authority that we would have to rely on, all of the property owners would have to agree to it. And some of them have already gone through the process of getting the variance. So it may be likely that some of those individuals don't want to pay additional money to have it. Yeah, to have it replatted.
Well, in the future, are they going to have issues because they don't get them taken off the plat?
As far as that goes, I couldn't give them legal advice because I'm the county's attorney. I can't give you legal advice, and I can't give members of the public legal advice. Now, if the commission asked me to provide them that information, I could provide it to them, but I can't provide it to you.
So, Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
some of that we were going to buy in Rushmore Ranch just to maybe have someplace like a cabin or something up there on 40 acres. But then we started looking into all the water and the sewer and all the issues that were out there that we didn't even know till we started digging. So, which is funny because we were having Rushmore Ranch issues up here in some other areas, Murphy's Ranch and different areas. So, I didn't find that till we dug a little bit more. And actually, my husband did, and then found out also that there was a lawsuit on that property and some other stuff. So, if anybody, I don't know how you help the public to figure these things out, except that if you're going to buy a piece of property, I'll keep encouraging people, look and see if there's any legalities or anything that the county's requiring on these properties, because sometimes just talking to the neighbors is what we did, and they started telling us, okay, this is what, the county's going to require, or this, that's how we found out about the lawsuit of the guy that had some property where the easement was. So I don't know how to help you there in the sense except when you're buying property anywhere, you got to dig a little bit or ask the neighbors. Like I said, a lot of times the neighbors are going to tell you what's up.
Well, how could the seller legally tell my daughter that there is an HOA there and thinking all this was taken care of and it was not?
Then
So-
you have to check not just with the seller, but with the neighbors or just legally. Unfortunately, taking somebody's word for it anymore is not the best. It's not her fault in one sense, but it is when you gotta check a little deeper, because when they sell stuff, they just want to sell it. They're not always going to tell you the whole facts about the property.
So what you're saying then, if you prove this, is that she's not liable for the additional water tank that they're trying to make him put on there?
We're having her do sprinklers and stuff for her safety in her house, but the water tank at this point is going to have to be all of probably the neighbors getting together if they need a bigger water source, but that would be up to them to do that. Ours is just making sure that, as long as she's in the house, hopefully with the sprinklers and stuff, that will help her safety. The firemen are asking us to do that in those districts in those areas.
And I understand that. But so maybe I'm confused as to exactly what this variance is for. Because she's asking the variance to be that they don't have to put in this huge water tank for the whole area.
He doesn't have to.
No.
That's correct.
Because now.
Don't have to.
Yeah, what it comes down to right now is that without the variance, it would be the individual property owner that would be that requirement of. So, with the variance, like Commissioner Adcock said, with the sprinkler system, that washes away the rest of that.
Okay, so how big of a gallon is required for
It's
that?
500 gallons per minute for 2 hours for 60,000 gallons is.
So it has to be a 60,000 gallon?
No, it has to be able, basically, Jason, help us out. The fire sprinklers would have to, when they install in each one of these houses, what is the gallons per minute on the houses that it has to produce in order to make those sprinklers work?
Right, so this was Cody's report. He had all that information in the staff report, which I don't have in front of me. But I do know that this variance was to remove the requirement for your daughter to put up a large storage tank for the rest of the neighborhood.
Okay.
Mr.
So
Chair.
so she's still, I guess one of the questions we had was what size is required for the sprinkler
Right,
system?
and if you'd like to get with me afterwards, after this meeting, then I can give you those details.
Okay.
Yep.
I think I can speak to
I
that.
was going to say, let Cody say something.
So,
Oh, sorry.
so there's a Jerome has a list, and I think the planning department has a list of companies that install those. It depends on the size of the house that they're putting in there, so we can't really speak to the exact
Okay.
gallons. Basically, what there is there's a little storage tank, almost like a hot water heater that's in the house that is connected to that sprinkler system,
Okay.
and it would just depend on the size of the house, what size that needs to be.
Okay. All right. I have one other question, and I don't know if it was done before. I know she missed the deadline for something, but my understanding is that the Rushmore Ranch Estates is not over the Madison Aquifer. It's over what is called the Melaleuca, what is it? Melaleuca Formation. So is there a difference in the septic system for that compared to the Madison?
I wouldn't think so.
Go ahead, Cody.
So I would say no. That what the requirement for the ATU septic is to protect water quality in the area. So regardless if it's over the Madison or if it's over the Melaleuca, if Rushmore Ranch is getting their water from the Melaleuca and people in the area who have to drill individual wells are getting their their water from the Menalusa, we would still have the requirement for the ATU unit to protect that water source.
So does all of Rushmore Ranch and the Meadows, do all of them have to have this septic?
It's only a requirement for the Mountain Meadow subdivision.
Why?
That was what the developer put into the proposal for the subdivision, and that's what was put on the plat.
So was that correct? I mean, I guess what I'm asking you is it necessary just because the developer, obviously the developer has not done any favors for these people at all. So is it correct that it should be that, or is that something else that needs to be challenged?
So they applied for it to be vacated off the plat. The Board of Commissioners denied to vacate plat note number 8. It's the same with the other. There's 2 other lots that have built houses now that have to have that requirement. So regardless of what water system it's over, the county still wants to protect water sources. So the county would still have that requirement. That requirement would still be valid no matter what water source you're over. And what she's referring to, she sent me an email on it. There is a lady from Mines who came in to talk to the infrastructure committee about it. And she informed us that it wasn't the Madison, it was over the Menalusa. But from my understanding of what she was saying is that the Madison actually has a filtering, can actually filter water better than the Menalusa. So from my understanding from it, it's actually better to have the ATU unit requirement over the Menalusa than the Madison.
Go ahead.
I can, sorry. Just as far as that note on the plat, Brittany Muller, Planning Director. As far as that note on the plat, that was actually a note that was put on by the Board of Commissioners at that time. It was. And so the testimony that was given to that board at the time, the reasoning behind putting that note on the plat, we'd have to go back to old. But there was an obvious reason that the Board of Commissioners at that time felt that that was a necessary note to be put on the plat. So that's where our office looks at it, that we don't have the authority to just forego those requirements because it was actually a board motion. So that's why they're brought here in front of this board to consider.
Well, just getting brought into it on the back end because of my daughter, I mean, I think you're going to have more people before you with the subdivision because this is a mess.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
I think, it could be time consuming, it could be a little expensive, but to vacate that plat and generate a new plat, like our state's attorney's office said, you'd have to get all the property owners together. And it can be done, it could be a little expensive, but somebody within that organization is going to have to take the lead on this. That's not a county's responsibility. And I apologize for I don't know if it's the seller itself or the realtor, but it sounds like, people weren't really informed to what they were buying.
No, they weren't.
We're trying to do the best that we can and still stay within the legal parameters of the state statute.
I understand that. I guess we just want to know the recourse, so.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
But we ruled in favor of your,
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I know that when she's looking at it, but there's some people up there maybe not even going to build now because of all this that's going on. And that's really a shame because it's beautiful property.
and that's a civil matter, and
Yeah.
maybe somebody should be.
I'll leave it to my daughter.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Ma'am, I was just going to reiterate that it comes down to being a civil matter now. So if it was misrepresented, for civil stuff, you probably need to speak to a lawyer or something of that nature to find out what the
That could happen.
recourse is in that matter.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate
I've got
it.
a motion and a second. Further discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item F.
Agenda item F is subdivision regulations variance 21-18 to waive the requirement to dedicate and improve undeveloped section line right-of-way. The applicants are Kevin and Jeanette Grover. Property location is 13381 Silver Mountain Road. approximately 1 mile east of the intersection of South Highway 16 and Silver Mountain Road. Property is currently 10.65 acres, zoned rural residential district. Again, access is off Silver Mountain Road, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. Staff does take a two-prong approach when they determine whether to recommend approval or denial of variances. Prong one determines whether granting the variance runs counter to public interest. I'll read staff's responses starting with number one. Does it injure the neighborhood? No. Silver Mountain Road is an improved right-of-way that provides access to proposed lot 2R1. A proposed 40-foot wide access easement will provide access to proposed lot 2R2. Does it conform to the neighborhood? Yes, the neighborhood is residential in nature. Number three, does it conform to the general purpose of the subdivision regulations? Yes, in such instances where adjoining landowners may decline to participate in the right-of-way dedication, or if it is not practical or desirable to construct the street within the existing section line right-of-way, the Board of County Commissioners may authorize a new right-of-way where the developer will improve and dedicate the entire required street right-of-way within the boundaries of the developing property. An existing right-of-way and proposed access easement will provide access to all the proposed lots. Number five, does it harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community? Staff found no. A proposed access easement will provide access to the proposed lots for ingress, egress, and emergency response purposes. And prong two determines whether special conditions exist to grant a variance. Number one, does a special condition exist? Staff found yes, citing Silver Mountain Road is an improved right-of-way that provides access to proposed lot 2R1. Again, a proposed 40-foot wide access easement will provide access to proposed lot 2R2. 1A, if a special condition exists, does enforcing the ordinance create an unnecessary hardship? Staff found yes, dedicating and improving the unimproved portion of section line between sections 22 and 23 will create an unnecessary hardship because an existing platted right-of-way and proposed access easement will provide access to the proposed subdivision. Therefore, there's no need for additional right-of-way. And 1B, if a special circumstance exists, does granting the variance observe the ordinance's spirit while doing substantial justice? Staff found yes, the ordinance's spirit is to ensure access is provided to proposed lots. A proposed access easement will provide access to the proposed subdivision. And this is, on your screen is a sketch of the layout plan. The applicants do intend to subdivide this property and create 1 3-acre parcel down below, and the other 7.65 acres will remain 2R1. As it sits today, the property is 10.65 acres, contains a single-family residence as well as an equipment building and 3 guest cottages. The proposed lots, as I said, 2R1 will be 7.65 acres. It will have the single-family residence, the equipment building, and all 3 guest cottages. And 2R2 will be vacant of any structures or utilities. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. County Highway Department did respond, stating that the County Highway Department does not have an approach permit on file for the existing driveway and one must be filed. This is included as a condition of approval. Staff's analysis of the request is that the Board of Commissioners approved Layout Plan 21-48 with conditions on August 3rd of this year, and approval of this request will satisfy condition number 7 and allow the platting process to continue. Therefore, staff recommends approval of subdivision regulations 21-18 because there are special conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of Pennington County subdivision regulations 500.5. Staff does recommend approval with one condition, that be that the applicant receives an approved approach permit from Pennington County Highway Department within 30 days of approval of this variance.
Are the Grovers in the audience? Anything you want to say, or just here to answer questions? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Move for approval.
I've got a motion by Commissioner LaCroix, second by Commissioner Roskinek to approve. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item G.
Agenda item G is subdivision regulations variance 21-19 to waive the requirement to dedicate and improve an undeveloped section line right of way. The applicants are Robert and Donna Peregrine. Their agent is Randall Peregrine. The location of the property is approximately 0.2 miles east of the intersection of West Highway 44 and Thunderhead Falls. Property size is 8.25 acres, currently zoned suburban residential district. It is vacant of any structures or utilities. Access is off of Highway 44, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. Staff's two-prong approach. I will start with number one. Does it injure the neighborhood? Staff found that the proposed lots D1, D2, and D3 have approved access off West Highway 44. Number two, does it conform to the neighborhood? Staff found yes. The neighborhood is residential in nature. Improved rights-of-way do exist to provide access to the proposed lots. Number three, does it conform to the general purpose of the subdivision regulations? Staff found no. Where an existing section line right-of-way or portion of section line rights-of-way located within a new subdivision or adjoining any portion of new subdivision, the entire 66 feet of section line right-of-way shall be dedicated and improved by the developer. Number four, does it conform to the comprehensive plan? Staff found yes. The current comprehensive plan identifies the property as suburban residential district, which requires a 20,000 foot lot size. Number five, does it harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community? Staff found no. Highway 44 is an existing right-of-way that is used to provide access to the proposed lots for emergency response purposes. Prong two determines whether special conditions exist to grant a variance. Number one, does a special condition exist, such as exceptional narrowness, topography, sighting, or the like? Staff found yes. Access to the proposed lots is provided by an improved right-of-way, being West Highway 44. 1A, if a special condition exists, does enforcing the ordinance create an unnecessary hardship? Staff found yes. Requiring the section line right-of-way be improved or dedicated would require the applicant to construct a second access road to the property where the existing access exists. 1B, if special circumstance exists, does granting the variance observe the ordinance's spirit while doing substantial justice? Staff found yes. The ordinance is in place to ensure that all lots of the proposed subdivision are provided access. And these proposed lots will have access via easement off Highway 44. Property history is that it is vacant of any lots or any structures or utilities. The proposed lots D1, D2, and D3 will all remain vacant of any structures or utilities until they're developed. A request was sent out for interdepartmental review. No comments or concerns were received. Board of Commissioners did approve Layout Plan 21-57 on July 20th of this year, and this will satisfy a condition of approval allowing that plotting process to continue. With that, staff recommends approval of subdivision regulations variance 21-19 as there is currently an existing improved right-of-way to provide access to lots D1, D2, and D3.
Just point out, I think on both item G and the next item H, with the initial information received by the commission, recommended staff denial. That was an error. They recommend approval on both of these. So, are the Peregrines in the audience? Anything you'd like to say or answer questions? Or okay.
Move for approval.
Second.
I've got a motion to approve and a second by Commissioner Roskinick. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved. Thank you. Item H.
Item H is subdivision regulations variance 21-20 to waive the requirements to dedicate and improve in an undeveloped section line right-of-way. The applicants are Gerald and Michelle Milner. Their agent is All Aspects Incorporated. The location of the property is 13704 Highway 40. It is currently 3.02 acres, zoned rural residential district. Access is off Highway 40, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. Again, staff uses a two-prong approach. I'll read staff's responses, starting with number one. Does it injure the neighborhood? Staff found no. Highway 40 is an improved right-of-way that provides access to both proposed lots. Number two, does it conform to the neighborhood? Staff found yes. The neighborhood is residential in nature. Number three, does it conform to the general purpose of the subdivision regulations? Staff found yes. In such instances where adjoining landowners may decline to participate in the right-of-way dedication, or if it is not practical or not desirable to construct the street within the existing section line right-of-way, the Board of County Commissioners may authorize a new right-of-way where the developer will improve and dedicate the entire required street right-of-way within the boundaries of the developing property. Highway 40 will provide access to all the proposed lots. Number 5, does it harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community? Staff found no. Highway 40 will provide access to all the proposed lots for ingress, egress, and emergency response purposes. Prong 2 determines whether special conditions exist to grant the variance. Number 1, does a special condition exist? Staff found yes. It is citing Highway 40 is an improved right-of-way that provides access to the proposed lots via an existing approach. 1A, if a special condition exists, does enforcing the ordinance create an unnecessary hardship? Staff found yes. Dedicating and improving the unimproved portion of the section line between sections 17 and 18 will create an unnecessary hardship because an existing platted right-of-way already provides access to the proposed subdivision. A 40-foot wide access easement will continue to provide access to the lots to the north of the proposed lots, so there is no need for additional right-of-way. 1B, if a special circumstance exists, does granting the variance observe the ordinance's spirit while doing substantial justice? Staff found yes. The ordinance's spirit is to ensure access is provided to the proposed lots. An existing platted right-of-way will provide access to existing and proposed lots. Property history, Lot 2A was 3.2 acres and contains a single-family residence as well as an on-site wastewater treatment system and a conditional use permit allowing the single-family residence to be utilized as a vacation home rental. Lot 2B is 6.52 acres and vacant of any structures or utilities. This is a copy of the layout plan on your screen in front of you. The proposed lots, Lot 2A1 will be 6.031 acres, containing the single-family residence, and Lot 2B1 will be 3.5 acres and vacant of any structures and utilities. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. No concerns or objections were received. Staff's analysis of the request is that the Board of Commissioners approved Layout Plan 21-45 on August 3rd of this year. With conditions, approval of this variance satisfies condition number 5 and will allow the planning process to continue. With that, staff found there are special conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of the Pennington County subdivision regulations, and therefore staff recommends approval of subdivision regulations variance 21-20.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adco.
move based on staff recommendations.
Got a
Second.
motion to approve and a second. Further discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Move to come out of Board of Adjustment.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to come out of Board of Adjustment. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I don't think we need to go to a consent agenda since there's only one item on it, so I think we just treat that as a regular item on it.
Sounds good.
Item I.
Agenda item I is minor plat 21-50 to reconfigure lot lines in order to create lot 17R and 23R of Block D of MS 1916 of Edelweiss Mountain Development. The applicant and landowner is Tim and Tara Duda. Other affected landowners are Bruce and Faye Peterson. Their agent is DC Scott Surveyors. Location is southwest of the intersection of Danube Lane and Brenner Pass. Current zoning is suburban residential district. Property history, you can see here the existing property on the left, proposed lots on the right. Lot 17 is 0.76 acres and vacant. Lot 18 is 0.62 acre and vacant. Lot 23 is 1.23 acres and vacant. The proposed lots will be 1.17 acres, contain a 30-foot wide private access easement off Danube Lane, as well as a 15-foot utility easement. And Lot 23R will be 1.43 acres, contain a 30-foot private access easement, a 15-foot utility easement, as well as a 40-foot private access and utility easement, and a section line. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. There were no objections or concerns received. Staff's analysis of the request is that on May 4th, 2021, the Board of Commissioners approved subdivision regulations variance 21-05 to waive the requirement to dedicate an improved section line crossing on proposed lot 23. And with that, staff finds no significant issues with the applicant's request, as it appears to be in harmony with existing lots and current land uses in the area, and recommends approval with conditions.
Move approval.
I've got a motion by Commissioner LaCroy, second by Commissioner Hadcock to approve. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item J.
Item J is vacation of easement 21-02 to vacate an existing utility easement on Valley View Tract revised of Dakota Lake Encampment subdivision. The applicant and landowner is Kyle Weiss. His agent is Ferber Engineering. The location of the property is located off of Trackers Trail near Pennington County, Custer County line. The property is currently 1.84 acres, zoned suburban or planned unit development district, and it is vacant of any structures and utilities. There's no special flood hazard on the property. And staff recommends approval of vacation of easement 20-02 with one condition, that all necessary resolutions and exhibits vacating the easement be recorded with the Register of Deeds. And what had happened was that this property was combined. These were two separate parcels at one time. They removed the interior lot line, created one parcel, but they didn't vacate this easement when they filed that plat.
Move approval with one condition.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second by Commissioner Roskinick. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And Cody will take the next one.
Cody, you're up. Okay.
So item K is request not to submit engineered road construction plans and to waive ordinance 14 standards. The applicant, Douglas Schlabeck, is requesting to waive the requirements not to submit engineered road construction plans and to waive the requirements to not construct a turnaround and a road width of 10 feet instead of 24 feet. County Highway came back and said that for the purposes of this single driveway, that they do not oppose the crossing. However, any future development, any subdivisions or anything like that would require additional improvements or additional waivers by the board. So staff will be adding a condition to item L in the future. But for the purposes of this, staff's recommending approval.
So move.
I've got a motion and a second to approve. A quick question, Cody. So this doesn't provide for any kind of a turnaround for emergency vehicles. How do the emergency vehicles turn around on this?
That I'm not sure of. Generally, back in his driveway, I'm guessing you'll have a wider driveway. But that'd be a question for the applicant. I'm not sure if he's there or not.
He's not here. I just think we need to provide for, make sure that emergency vehicles have an avenue of getting turned around in these kind of situations, so.
I agree with you. I think one option instead of a turnaround, which is so big, what they've been doing lately is what they call a hammerhead.
Hammerhead, yeah.
They can pull in. So I think you have a good point, Gary.
Will staff have that kind of discussion with Brittany?
So those kinds of turnarounds, those hammerheads are actually in our subdivision regulations. So you could just waive all of the other requirements, but not that one, and still require him to construct the turnaround. Or a way that would be approved by the fire administrator or 911, that they could be able to get in there and turn around and get out.
Okay. Lloyd, would you be agreeable with your motion to provide that provision, or?
Sure.
So the provision is that not to waive the provision that there has to be some sort of turnaround system for emergency vehicles. Is that agreeable, Commissioner Lassiter, with you? Is this a second? Kara, you okay with that?
Yeah, I'll just re-listen to it. I don't know exactly how do you want it to read.
Okay.
Is it this-
Any further discussion?
You're funny.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item L. Is that Cody again? Cody? You're
Yes,
up.
sir. Item L is road construction within a section line right of way, CS 21-08. It is to construct a road within the section line right of way between sections 17 and 18 and sections 7 and 18. The applicant and landowner are Douglas and Susan Schlabeck. The location is west of Rushmore Ranch Estate subdivision. The proposed road begins at the end of Eleanor Drive. Lot size is 83.49 acres. Zone plan unit development and is currently vacant of any structures. This was routed around for interdepartment review. County Highway came back and said that they do not have an issue as long as it is only accessing the proposed single-family residence, one residence. If any future development, the road will either need to be widened or additional waivers will need to be met. So staff will add that as a condition. The proposed road will be 10 feet wide with a 6-inch gravel surface, and the ditches will be 2 feet in depth. The commission just heard the road construction variances to ordinance 14, and the road will be used to access a future residence. So staff is recommending approval of construction within a section 9 right of way, CS 21-08, adding the condition that any future development of that lot would require additional improvement of the section line or additional waivers by the board.
Commissioner LaCroy.
So move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
we're letting someone build in a section line with a waive the engineers, road construction, not road within a 10 feet instead of a 24 feet, 6-inch gravel ditches 2 feet in depth. Just saying.
Yep.
Driveway, yeah, we've allowed driveways before.
Yeah. Most of them are called driveways till they become roads. Thank you. Just a point that we usually do it a lot. Thank you.
Further discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item M.
Item M is a request to refund a penalty fee for Lori Davis. This item was continued from the August 17th, 2021 Board of Commissioners meeting. Ms. Harris did apply for a conditional use permit to allow RV to be used as a ranch hands residence and is requesting a refund of the conditional use permit penalty fee. Ms. Harris is using an RV as a ranch hand residence without an approved conditional use permit. Actually, this conditional use permit was denied by the Planning Commission.
A move to deny.
So,
Got a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Didn't show up again.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to deny. Further
Chair.
discussion. Commissioner LaCroy.
I'm trying to remember this, maybe, I might be confused with my meetings here. Because she did show up for the planning commission,
correct.
is what it was. And if I remember right with this property, actually, there was nobody living in it at the time. Am I correct in this? Because I remember that we were having this discussion with the security. She wanted to bring somebody in to watch the property, but there was actually nobody living in it at that time. And somehow, I think whether it was equalization or however this come about, that she needed that conditional use permit, but.
Where's she at today, Lloyd?
Well, my point is on this, it was a pretty long conversation at planning meeting. And being part of that, my question is, it was denied, and I understand why, but if it was denied, how can we charge her Nobody was living there. She was applying for, you know what I'm saying?
Brittany?
Yeah, and I believe somebody was living there. Cody, do you remember when you spoke with her?
Yes. So I didn't do the conditional use permit request. However,
Okay.
what ended up happening was we received a complaint from Equalization
Yeah,
that someone was living in
yeah.
an RV on the property. Dwayne went out, and there was actually a person at the time. Dwayne went out to verify the complaint. There was somebody living in the property, and
Okay,
there was a picture shown at the planning commission meeting of a half-built deck in front of it. That deck was actually fully built when Dwayne was out there. They were deconstructing it at the time that Shatima went out and took a picture of it. So someone was living in that RV when Dwayne went out to verify the complaint.
okay. Thanks for the clarification, because I was under the assumption that she was wanting it, and, okay.
So I have a motion and a second to deny. Further discussion. All those in favor of the denial indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item N.
Item N is a request for refund of a penalty fee for Brandon Fenrick. The address of the property is 9450 Sheridan Lake Road. Mr. Fenrick applied for a variance and was approved by the Board of Commissioners on August 3rd to allow for an accessory structure to be located in the front yard of a residential zoning district less than 1 acre and was requesting a refund to the variance penalty fee. Staff recommends the request of the refund of $300 for the variance fee be denied.
Is there a motion?
Move denial.
I've got a motion by Commissioner Hadcock to deny.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Laster. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Holly Hennies, you're up.
Yay,
You gotta get through planning faster.
Get to that.
No kidding.
All right, Commissioners, this item is simply the assignment agreement for TIF number 5, which assigns the revenues generated from the TIF directly to the bank.
Move approval. Second.
I've got a motion by Commissioner LaCroix, second by Commissioner Hadcock to approve. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Item B.
The second item that you have in front of you is a request to appoint 2 commissioners to sit as acting members on the Western Pennington Flood Management District. We've had 2 properties that were discovered to be in the name of the Drainage Commission, and we need to reconstitute that board to properly dispose of those properties, and then we can dissolve the district.
I'll do one.
Chair,
I'll do one.
What's that?
me and Deb volunteer.
Me and Lloyd. Move to approve. Motion to appoint.
Hadcock and LaCroix volunteered.
Move to appoint the following individuals at the Pennington County members to the Western Pennington Flood Management District, Lloyd LaCroix and Deb Hadcock.
Is there a second?
And Brittany Molitor as the resident member.
And Brittany Molitor as a resident member.
Second.
And a second. So we got the motion correct now.
Thank you, sir.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Items from commission members and the chair. Commissioner Laster.
I don't have anything really interesting.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Nothing.
Ron and I attended a meeting last week. This involved some planning staff, state's attorney's office, highway department. This is relative to the Howie development within Box Elder. There was a group of about 20 of us probably in attendance, including the railroad, state DOT, us, the city, I don't know who all else. Anyway, the intent, I guess, was to try to get direction as to where they go, which is the same direction that was provided 18 months to 2 years ago for them. And so they are, the city of Box Elder was there. And so anyway, I think that it was pretty clear that they need to work with the city of Box Elder.
Mr. Chairman,
Second.
can you explain what you mean about explaining it for 18 to 24 months ago? So were they asking
Well,
for extra help again, but without getting their ducks in a row?
right. They, they said they didn't know how the process worked, or where they had to go for the process. So they had tried to go directly to the railroad. They had tried to come directly to the county. They had, and in my discussions with the city of Box Elder said they haven't responded to some of the information that we need. And so now I think it was very clear by all parties in attendance that they need to be working with the city of Box Elder to move forward. And then the other things with the state DOT and the county, well, relative to 1416 and with the railroad, that all falls into place as we move along through this process. So, okay.
This is commission members, right? Not
Yep.
committees.
Yep.
Okay, August 20th, Central States Fair ribbon cutting. August 25th, Love Inc. meeting. Joan provided me with a comprehensive list of resources that I will take to the next meeting, which is tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Later that day, I met with the Rockerville group. I met with Lon and his group on the proposed ingress and egress changes on and off of Highway 16 to the Pine Haven homes. Because we, since the private access that Pat Hall had is no longer there, it is kind of a dangerous situation. So Joe and I have been working with Todd Seaman and Michael Carson to see if there's a short-term solution. Eventually, that whole area is going to, all that ingress and egress from Rockerville will probably get dissolved. And then later that day, I did the voter registration at the fairgrounds, pulled a 4-hour shift and registered one Republican. August the 26th, Heart of the Hills Economic.
Harder at that. One Republican.
Heart of the Hills Economic Development Corporation, we elected new officers and we provided a group with, I provided that group with county updates. September the 3rd, Gordon Howie meeting. What and when should the county get involved with Gordon's 1,300-acre development that's situated along the south side of I-90 in Box Elder?
Okay. Deb.
We're gonna have to work harder on Ron's execution at recruiting. He's not listening to me. Okay, building committee. Are we doing that, or we're doing all reports?
You can now start with, if
Okay.
you don't have anything else, you start with the committee reports, and we'll come this way.
Well, building committee, we're trying to shorten the agenda, talk about what we need to talk about, and we discussed a lot on, the building money. I think it's crucial that we keep that extra money in there, because that 800,000 is already earmarked for stuff for, a community building, in Mike's department. And anything over that is gonna help with the other departments, I believe. So just a heads up, I'll be fighting to keep that in there in a good way, because we need it. We did have long discussions on agendas and where money should come from, but I think we'll kind of air that out for a little bit. And we do have, just a certain amount of committee members now, and I think that's going to make the difference of what happens in building committee. Ron probably has some other stuff. Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment. We are excited as a team there. Brian Nachbach is amazing at what he's doing. So that 2 million plus other members of vacation home rental, VOA, Volunteers of America, and some other organizations are coming forward and asking him where he needs help with some of those areas as well, and what that would entail of adding more people and helping more people in what Pennington County Housing Authority does. And then asking him questions like he had told us with some of the scattered housing and how we can basically investigate how we don't do the scattered housing so much and use that money for something else that would be more appropriate for helping Pennington County Housing, since scattered housing has been a big headache for us. Seems like with people not wanting certain people in their neighborhoods, kind of issues from what I've seen and what me and Ron went through in a few areas. But we do, like I said, they also are having issues with hiring people and retaining people. They are losing their project manager as well. He just decided that he doesn't really have another job, but he just wants to do something different. So that was something that's happened in our community a lot. And he gets paid real well and he has major benefits. So just heads up, some of that is going to be turnover just because people are wanting change and there's a lot of job opportunities out there. If people want to change and people offering more money, they're going to move. So, and what else? I think that's about it.
Okay.
Went to the fair. That was pretty amazing. The Derby was packed. Didn't make it on that Thursday night when it was raining and crazy. We had some stuff at the motel going on. But I always loved the fairgrounds and always appreciate everybody there. They had worked with volunteers and other organizations. If you want to see some major cooperation between volunteers, people in the community that just want to help there and stuff, you go to that fair because it's city and county mixed. So it's pretty amazing to watch the operation because it's huge. There's a lot going on there. And I just get excited every year because not being a part of that, maybe when I was a kid, but not really understanding the nuts and bolts of the fairgrounds, how much it means for ag and how much it means for sales tax and other things and economic development for the city. So I can't say enough about the fairgrounds and the people that work there. They work very hard for us, and they do utilize a lot of volunteers and different things. So it's not like they just want us to up that levy and not do anything in that hard work to get there. They have shown us that they are working very hard, and the ag community has been kicking butt at many things that they have been doing. So I've had a lot of calls. I don't know if you have, or just people that when I walk around, they thanked us that were the ranchers and the farmers. That shows that Pennington County does care, that we are trying to up our game for them at the fairgrounds and what they do. So just a heads up that there's a lot of appreciation for that.
Thank you,
So
Dave.
we haven't decided for sure, but I would hope we keep it where it's at.
Commissioner Roskinek?
This August 17th Building Committee, we approved the revised bylaws. Salt shed truss issue seemed to be corrected. They thought they had some defective truss, but I think it was just the method that they were installing them. The Lamplighter demo going to bid, estimated demo cost $360 to $490. We discussed that earlier. Mike did make contact with Great Western Bank in Sioux Falls relative to the lot adjacent to the Lamplighter. The connection's been made, and they know that the county's interested, and preferably we could get an option or tie that up, and then it would align really well with the existing Lamplighter property. Public safety building, lobby, and courthouse build-out both require funding mechanisms. It's a wish list, but we need to know how they're going to get funded. That's suggested that $150,000 of the unassigned funds be allocated toward facility needs assessment, and we talked about that today. August 18th, the TID review committee meeting centered around TID 47, which is basically the Tower Road area, and TID 65, which would be East Minnesota Street. On both of those, we determined and approved final certified cost. Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment, same day, typical business meeting, approved expenditures, and we reviewed two possible housing projects that would mirror the requested money or the funding that we have been appropriated from the county. Pennington County DOT Base 1 Stabilization, Travis and I met with Joe and Sean and with a couple contractors that went in the detail what that stabilization process is. We got rough cost estimates and we learned about the long-term benefits. Again, today we went over a lot of that. And we discussed the two sections of District 1 and 4 that we'd like to do trial runs, and there again we went over that today. August the 19th MPO meeting approved the Rapid City Area Metropolitan Planning Organization self-certification, and we approved the 2022-2025 Transportation Improvement Program, also referred to as TIP. We approved the Transit Development Plan Public Participation Plan. And finally, we approved the letter of support for the City of Box Elder's Federal Economic Development Administration, EDA, grant application. August the 20th, Senior Companions Picnic at the Journey Museum. We recognize the senior companions in attendance that day for their years of national public service. These folks are from Bellefouche, Hot Springs, Pier, Orleans, Rapid City, and Spearfish. They are commonly, they are community ambassadors providing connection, knowledge, and compassion through their outreach service that helps others retain independence in their homes. Kristen Fox is executive director of that. She's located at 2040 West Main on the second floor. September the 2nd, Care Campus Advisory. We were notified of the latest crisis care center cost of $6,200,000. We went over that today. Monument to provide $195,000. We go over their various sources of income, and I didn't see anything from the hospital. Kevin said that they did generate a letter, and they committed to $195,000, and that might be for 3 or 4 years. So it's nice to know that they're participating because we're saving them a lot of money. I agreed to travel to Pine Ridge with the sheriff for the Ogallala.
Dakota?
Yeah, Lakota tribe or meeting, because I said if we want them to come here, maybe we should take the first step when we go there. So I think we're going to try to set that up. We reviewed statistics. Alternatives to incarceration since when that opened, 9/18 through 7/21, estimated cost to the public was $5 million or $2,528,091. The actual estimated cost around the care campus was $609,332. So what they were trying to say is that the estimated cost to the general public, through the creation of the care campus, is roughly $1,918,000. Admission by gender: male 79, female 21. Care campus admissions by race: American Indian, Native, Alaska Native, 80%, white, 11%, black African Americans, 3%. Total admissions since 2018, 70,725. Later that day, I went to the Elevate Rapid City luncheon. I sat with our Hill City Economic Development Group in Haven Stuck. It was a good, the meeting focused on infrastructure. Attendees were Black Hills, or on the panel were Black Hills Energy, Montana, Dakota, Rapid City, Public Works, Dale Tech, Box Elder, and VAST. The next meeting is going to be October the 7th, 2021. I'll be part of that panel. I asked the panel to provide the value of TIFs, which were not mentioned as a funding mechanism during the meeting. Dale Tech and Box Elder responded and explained that they don't always work, but they've been very instrumental in a lot of infrastructure throughout Box Elder and the Rapid City area. I asked MDU and Black Hills Energy challenges that they faced doing the Shared Lake Road project, and not so much Black Hills Energy, but Montana Dakota Utilities had some issues. And that's it.
Okay, Ron covered the MBO for me, so Lloyd.
Ron covered the tax increment committee district committee meeting that we had. The healthcare trust board I attended by Zoom. They went back to Zoom again. We were meeting in person. That was pretty much a standard meeting, going over accreditations of people who they hired and policies. One of the questions that I did ask at that point in time when I was on that was because I tested positive was trying to get tested and was having problems in town trying to get tested. I mean, there was a waiting list. You couldn't just go in without symptoms and get tested.
Sheriff's office.
But they were, they're that. And his response was there were a shortage on tests because it had winded down enough to where people had got laid off or let go or whatnot, and then all of a sudden things spike, and then they didn't have all the equipment to do all of that. So one of the problems that we had, like I said, there was lack of testing equipment, and that was all over town that plenty of people were trying to do. After that was the planning commission. We heard everything on the planning commission today. As far as I was on the human relations commission, we had a meeting last week that I wasn't able to attend, but what happened is that they canceled the powwow, so like the red carpet and hand games and all that are going to be put out for another year. So that's something that came down that turnpike. With that, I pretty much
No second chances.
stayed at home.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Well, I was mostly out of the area for the last 2 weeks. I did go to the LEPC meeting prior to departing, and out of that meeting, some of the things of noteworthy are in the county, we've had a couple of big spills, 9,600 gallon diesel fuel spill. At the Rapid City Area School District, they're going to be putting on a safety course similar to CERT. It starts in August, or it started in August. And then they're going to be doing 2 classes of CERT this fall, teens and adults. And so for the adults, they need about 12 individuals to go through that CERT class. And for teens, they need about 15 to go through there. September 12th is Disaster Day. It's going to be held in Main Street Square. And so you can go there. The topic or the theme is Save Yourself, Save a Friend, Be a Lifesaver. And that's Sunday, September 12th. Outside of that, that was about the big issues there. And
I missed one of them that I went to.
Okay, Lloyd, go ahead.
Deb LaCroix.
wow.
That'd be bad. No, we went to the meeting at the CARE campus as well, and the city is doing the policemen, they want to hire 12 more policemen and hire social workers with them, and kind of went back and forth with Dr. LeDrew, which is fine. But I don't know, just from seeing from before, and I asked her, so you're going to take social workers to domestic violence and different things like that? I know they're not going to homicide. I mean, she said something about homicide. I understand that. I'm saying to domestic violence and some other things. I don't know. Maybe I just don't know how it's going to work. It just sounds, do policemen, ask Sheriff Tom and Sheriff's Office, do they have to be social workers? Heck yeah. Do as people, owners of businesses or apartment houses or properties, we're social workers as well. I don't know. And then some of the stuff with the CARE campus, I love the CARE campus and people know it. And I'm not trying to say anything bad. I'm just saying, so trying to save people, that costs so much. How much does it cost for the alternatives of some people want to be saved and some don't? And maybe we're trying to save people that don't, and how much is that costing us? I've had a few examples that people have tried at the motels and stuff, and these are people that don't want to change. I mean, to me, just watching it, I don't know, in general, maybe I'll have a different opinion. But diversion, and I'll keep saying this, and Sheriff just loves me now for saying this, but going from the state, I was on the committee member for diversion, SB 73 for a while, until they didn't like what I had to say. Anyway, it went from state, goes to county, which I kept saying, you guys are taking most of the county through the money through the state, but you're actually diverting your problems to the county, but giving us a little piece of that pie, which we are helping you reduce your numbers and your money. Well, that comes from the county to go, we are diverting it to the city in some of the issues, if we're giving bracelets and everything else, that we don't want to put them in jail. Then you're also costing taxpayer dollars, meaning businesses, because you want to divert them and not put them in jail, and they're causing more issues for the business owners or the other community members in Rapid City. How do you fix that? Hell, I don't know. But I'm just saying, what do you do different? I don't have that big pie in the sky either, but I've kept asking Barry, what happens and how much did you cost them trying to save people that been on the streets, they're homeless, and they like being homeless, meaning they are going to be homeless. They don't want to be in a box. They don't want to be in a house. They don't want your life skills. They don't want that. They want to be able to do what they want to do and live where they want to live and not be told basically what to do and where to be. Their life skills aren't what we want them to have for life skills. So how much does it cost trying to change somebody if you have to produce all those other things that they don't want anyway? And how many people is that? If there's 160 homeless and how many, 120 don't want to change, but 40 want to know life skills and want to be different, I understand that. But what if they don't? How much is that costing us to try to save them because we feel bad? That's what I'm seeing. People are feeling bad for people, and they aren't feeling bad. Some of the people that we're talking about, the people that are watching them want to change because they don't like that lifestyle. They're watching the people, what they have. So to me, it's just, I don't know what you do. I don't know how you help because I've seen both sides.
My response to that, Deb, is I think that those that don't want the help, they fall out of the system fairly quickly. I don't think you're spending a lot of time and effort and money on those individuals.
But it's not true because I've watched it. They are. Because they think they can change them because their hearts are good. Gary, their hearts are in the right place trying to change them. Those people, that energy in the stuff that I've seen put into people that don't want to change and in the long run end up doing the same thing. Well, we always say, if you save one, you made a difference. I understand that and always thought that way until, again, you watch the system. It's just like people that criminals or not, if they want to be, they're going to be. If they're not, they're going to want to change. They're going to make steps in their lives to want to change. If you give them the tools, for some people, they're there. If you don't, if they have those tools and they don't want to change, and you keep going back at it because you feel bad and you think you can change them, that's different. We do that over and over again in our systems, and then the consequences cost us more sometimes than the alternative. So, I don't know.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, we finished up the commission and committee reports. We
Mr.
need to go
Chair.
back to 23A. We didn't miss it, we just went right from one to the other there. So that is on the resolutions and the policy statements from the county association. And let me just put it this way, does anybody have any objections to any of the resolutions or the policy statements? If not,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
the resolution that would pertain to Pennington County, not that this might make a lot of difference, but in Hill City, the Hill City Prevailer comes out on Wednesday, and the wall paper comes out on Thursday, but in that resolution, it sounds like they both come out on Thursday,
In the resolution?
if I read it right.
One has a different publication date than the other. The current is on Thursday and the Prevailer is on Wednesday.
If I read that right, though, it sounds like they were both on Thursday in the packet that I
Well,
got.
what the resolution is basically saying was whatever the latest, whatever the last one
They
is.
mentioned a date, a day in there, so I just wondered if that
Okay.
would,
That might have been an example. It might have been an example if they came out on different days.
okay, I just wanted to point that out.
Because I didn't catch anything as,
Okay,
yeah, I
so
think,
Holly, double check it, make sure the wording is correct. Okay? Anything else?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
On this also, open board openings, and I believe you're putting in for the position of second vice president.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I think it was a month ago, we had our meeting, we mentioned.
Right.
I mentioned to the commission about having Mr. Drews do it, and so he put in his application, and I also put in my interest for the WIR position with the State Association of County Commissions.
Glad you did.
So just to let you guys know, you got two board members that are going for positions for the state.
Yep. Clint Farley has been the WIR representative for the State Association for many years, and I don't understand why he's given up his commission seat after 47 years. So.
Yeah. He's had 18 years in the WIR and.
Said he's tired.
25.
I talked to his in-law that comes get her hair. He said he's finally getting tired. I don't know how you get tired now. You might as well retire.
He's got beat
When
up
you're
by too
done.
many cows. Didn't have a choice.
So I
Okay.
just wanted to bring that up to make
Okay.
sure that the rest of our commissioners know that
I'd just like to
Drew's
talk
going
10
for
more
vice
minutes if we
president.
could, Lloyd.
So the convention is, next week. We're going to have good attendance. I think we've got about 370 registered for it. So it's a good agenda, a good program. Item 25, approval of vouchers. I need a motion to approve $752,803.98.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner
Second.
LaCroy, second by Commissioner Ross Connect. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Executive session.
Commissioners, since you're running a little bit long, John had a conflict. He had a meeting that he had to take at 2:00. So if it's okay with the board, we'd like to postpone that until the next meeting.
We're running along.
I would make that motion to continue that executive session till the next meeting.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Would you like
Motion
to
approved.
discussion?
I need a motion to adjourn, I guess.
Move to adjourn?
Second.
And
Where are you going,
second.
Kevin? We were just about
All
ready
those
to
in
talk
favor
to you.
indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion approved.